misfits, one and all, to tonight's Midnight Ranting. Oh, the Hominid Fossil Record? Dun, dun,
It
dun.
is a record. It is a record.
It's a record. Keep on running. Up that hill. Where tonight we are having a debate after show, some would even say a party, of our very own James W. versus the 15-foot Kent Hovind from the channel,
He's down to
Standing
14
for
feet
Truth.
now.
Well, it was cold out. On the
Took a little
topic,
trim.
the Hominid Fossil Record. Dun, dun, dun. So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for some bone-in fun? Oh, my.
Thank you, Nunya.
Woo-hoo! What is
Thanks,
up,
Mark.
everyone out there
Hey,
on the
Mark.
interwebs? Sending love, Mark. Sending love, everyone out there. I see
Nunya,
none of your business.
Ian, Dave
I
Gar,
see Ian, Brad,
Big Screen
Dave
Bird,
Gar, Big Screen Bird, Stupid Horror Energy,
SWE.
who I love to
Got my
say,
back.
along with Titan Your Anus, they are tied for the best usernames ever. Wade
Close-
Robbins.
Close match.
Uncle
Hey, Wade.
Beck.
Wade the Wizard. Hey, Uncle Beck.
Wade. Boom, 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 boom. Jason,
Jason
what
Torn,
is
Dr.
up?
Torn, good to see you.
And that's right, we welcome you all on the interwebs. In fact, we hope if you're enjoying yourself, oh my, don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe, because then you gain access to that bell icon, which will send you reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams like the lovely people that we're saying hello to. What is up, KCA?
KCA Randy, good to see you.
And all the skeptics out there, as well, atheists, theists, whoever you are, sending love. We are, though, in fact, the skeptic channel, including the two schmucks that you see hosting. It is true, however, after our Sam Harris is going to give a little housekeeping, and our opening statements, we'll be opening up the floodgates, or rather the open mic, so anyone can say their mind about the topic. Atheist or theist, liberal or conservative, come as you are, just not on my sheets. Not on the flag. Can you do it on the flag? And we also have a lovely Raptor Jesus with us tonight, who is here to remind you that he's back, bitches. But yes,
He is back. Like it or not, he's back.
The second coming. This time it's personal. But our housekeeping.
This time it's real.
This time it's real. Puts the glasses on. He's saving. He's also here to take some names. But as I choke on air, this lovely content is sponsored by our channel members, who you can find in the description below, along with our amazing, fantastic Patreons, like Oz from the Atheist Network Group, and a round table. We're all sitting around the table. Woo! And
Thanks,
generally speaking, hashtag Tangangyo, because you should be checking out youtube.com/the Atheist Network Group, where you can find a whole bunch of fantastic non-believers. The producer, the queen of production, Jena, is over there, as well as Biddy Buddha, who we're going to bring up later, with our lovely Pat Lowinger, who is back in black. He is back from Stonehenge. Woo-hoo! Sending so much love. Oz, hashtag Tangang, hashtag better, and Ian Davenport.
Thanks, Ian. Ian's out there. Good to see you, man.
We see you out there. Ian is also the commander of our Facebook group. I have promoted him to that. Like in...
Master and commander.
Exactly. It is an official position I just created. But he is it.
Thanks, Ian.
And sending love, Ian. And also reminding us that creationist claims are so freaking ridiculous, and it's really what we're going to be talking about tonight. In fact, we're sending love to a grumpy old Cuss who reminds us that these creationist claims make us curse and scream and cry on the inside.
Can have that effect, yeah.
Oh, my Lord. And I also just want to put out there, they always like to go on the offensive. Not that I don't mind us shoveling the burden of proof, because we have facts on our side. But it's just always interesting. It's never, is there evidence for creationism? Oh, my goddess. I cannot wait. I hope. Because, I mean, we now have factual evidence of what Kent Hovind would look like if he was on Molly. So... it was a good night, folks. It was a good night. He
specifically mentions Matt Powell when talking about the pacifier, too. I just found that to be...
well, I mean, that's Daddy, right?
Daddy
Him and Matt Powell. I can see it. Sending love also to Diana Smith, reminding us the Abrahamic religions kind of don't like treating 51% of the... population well, but that's okay.
It's called proper.
Like Kent Hovind and Matt Powell's relationship, like the amazing relationship, it turns out they don't need women. So there's the secret, ladies and gentlemen.
Good night, Brian.
Night, Brian Stevens. Sending love. And we hope that you're we're tucking you into bed, or, you know, if you're out there eating ice cream and painting a house. Holy moly.
Thank you so much.
Stupid Horror Energy, $5 super chat.
Thank you so much.
Good job, James. Woo! That's right.
I appreciate it.
Concur that it was a fantastic job. I think you kept him on his toes. And the one point I'll bring up, because I really want to give it all to the open mic tonight. Oh,
Thank you, big screen.
Sending love out in there, big screen, our vegetarian bird. The one point I would like to bring up is that Kent Hovind often plays this game where if he says something or makes a quasi insult, he kind of like gets to use it over and over and over, and it almost sounds infantile to shoot it down or to bat at it. And this was what I was pointing out to AJ, is that Kent Hovind will often say things like, we don't want to teach your fairy tale and your version of a religion in school. That's all that I'm trying to get across here.
Yeah.
And what happens is then from that point onward, it would sound very silly, even though factually most atheists go, hey, you believe in talking snakes. You believe in a literal mythology. That's your thing. That's what we actually view. But it feels very infantile. And so I thought, speaking of pacifiers, so I thought it was just great
infantile.
That James really kept the homo game strong, because there are so many fantastic homoerotic ancestors. That are our ancestors. And that is sometimes he gets a good dad joke giggle, and yet he was not able to bring that up or use that really ever.
Right.
Basically, you got to use that as a ball shot over and over and over. So it was just great to see. And also, we're getting so much love. It's
another one.
It's true. More global homo. We're coming. We're coming for you.
Mucho más homo.
Sending more love. Stupid Horror Energy.
SWE.
$2. Woohoo! Everyone,
The soles of your feet.
show your souls. Now is the time. That's right, ladies and gentlemen.
Socks on.
Now is the time to prove that we are indeed walking on 2 feet. This seems to be a triggering fact to the fact that we are
Bipedalism.
apes.
Yeah. Because we needed to when we got off the came out of the trees.
Because we started to walk in a more plains-like environment and no longer needed to. But sending love and also $5 from Mark Reid.
Thank you so much, Mark.
Woo! You did a fantastic job, James. You stuck to your points, laughed off his insults. An important point I will keep on reiterating is in that insult game that I was just talking about. The best thing to do is to absorb and laugh it off. It's the only thing you can do, and to keep on going. So, James, fantastic job. I agree with Mark. It was a great debate for you, and another embarrassing
Thank you
one
so much, Mark.
for the 15-foot Kent.
Now, if anybody hasn't seen Mark's debate with Kent, which was just last week, and Mark absolutely flatlined him, so I was definitely inspired a lot by his performance there.
Yeah, Mark had a little bit of fun with Kent as well. That should be linked in our after show for that as well. We have that.
I couldn't help myself from bringing up that Kent still never responded to Mark's points about chromosome 2 and the ERVs. He wouldn't touch that with a 15-foot whale penis.
Oh,
he ran away from that one. He tucked tail and run.
There are many things he wouldn't.
That's been like 2 years now since his famous "I'm not prepared for that" he's had to read up on this stuff. And what's he been doing? You still don't have a response for ERVs. You still don't understand why human chromosome 2 is clearly a fusion.
I think he has nightmares about ERVs.
Our common answer, well, like SFT has nightmares about Australopithecus sediba.
But also sending love to Pat Lowinger, who recently came, kinky, back to the United States after actually doing field research, the one thing creationists seem allergic to. We kid, mostly. But sending love! Because Pat Lowinger, you can find at youtube.com/BiddyBuddha_. You should be learning some shit. He's done many fantastic episodes to Talk Skeptic to me, which we're getting more in pre-production. And you can also check Biddy on Tangang and many more fantastic non-believer. All right. With that as well, sending love to Dale Pastel as well. We're looking for empirical evidence. That's really kind of our shtick. Sending love, X Music. James did a great job. Stayed on point. That is another thing. Can I tell you what Darth Dawkins and Kent Hovind have in common?
Oh, yeah.
Because they're actually opposing theological attacking points. One is the 6,000-year-old, I'm going to tell you why I believe in the Bible. The other is, who even said God? And are you a brain in a vat? They're the complete opposite. But what they have in common is that they know their shtick. And they've done their shtick over and over and over and over. And they can say very stupid things confidently. And so you need to be on point. You need to be like a lawyer. You need to be, when they don't answer a question, you need to respond to what they just said and then bring them back. And you did just that. And also sending love.
It's like a B movie when they go back in the past, do time travel, and they only have money to rent 3 classic cars, and it's the same 3 cars in every scene. It's like, we rented these 3 cars, and by golly, we're going to use them. Every scene, the same 3 cars.
Exactly. Look, you got a budget, James.
Because that's all they had back then. 3 cars. That's it.
3 cars. They were on the conveyor belt with the green screens running by. But also sending love to Dave Gar. We saw him in chat. We saw, in fact,
Yes, we
I'm
did.
sending love to everybody out there. I was in there. I'm getting smitten with it again. I can't help myself that I was going back and forth with a few people.
In chat?
I will
Yeah.
say I feel very proud of myself. I have yet to almost be. I think Darth is the only person to have ever kicked me, but actually, but I don't think I've ever been banned like from an actual Thea server because I don't want to ad hominem people. Ad hominems are for people who want to care about my genitals. And that is for a later night stream. But sending love to Dave Gar, reminding us it's a flat earth text that many of those religious texts seem to point to. And also that it, they never want to take claim for them. They're like the uncool kids at the side of the table, even though they believe the exact same things that they do. But yes, sending love, Dave Gar and Scott Duke, reminding us that just like Ian and his creationist counter, that this is another thing. This is another reason why we're talking about this topic tonight, which is us being animals really triggers the crap out of them. Like,
oh yes, it does.
All of a sudden, they're just like, well, why aren't we just throwing our crap everywhere and just taking bones and going, woo, woo, woo?
How many times did he say, baby, you're an ape, but I'm not an ape? At least like 50 times.
Yeah. He also does, we get it. A porcupine gives birth to a porcupine. A human gives birth to a human. That is what evolution states. Like, they literally say this mantra as if that is not what evolution states. It is odd. It is a weird game to play because it's factually true.
A straw man.
We're never going to stop being primates, just like we're never going to stop being mammals, just like we're never going to stop being multicellular organisms, exactly, just like we're never going to stop being alive. Like,
Earthlings.
We keep on being everything that preceded us, and it's not like it's a joke, but I swear it's the only time that someone in chat thought I was joking. It's like, this shit isn't like Pokemon. It's not. Like, it's not like, oh my god, you were this one animal, and then you start glowing, and then they just grow into another animal. Like, they really want to see like a visual effect in real time to prove evolution is true. That is not evolution. That is anime. I don't know what else to tell you.
Right.
And if it were in real life, it'd be magic. So, no.
It's like the other night with Bubble. If he can admit that Gizmo is a mammal and we're mammals, then why can't we be apes? What's the big deal? We can be mammals, but we can't be apes. It's just an arbitrary thing that they've considered apes to be separate for no good reason.
It's also not a real. Every time that they do the insult, like, are you calling me a monkey? Are you calling me a whatever? I always hear it in a Southern Belle voice. Like, oh, are you calling me a monkey? How dare you? No. Yeah. We're saying that your ancestors, exactly, how wounded they are. Oh. Okay, like, we get it.
Kemp pretending he's upset about his tax dollars. We know he doesn't pay taxes. He's just pretending.
No, I will stand by it. Ladies and gentlemen, we used to think there were only 2 facts in life: death and taxes. I would like to thank the 15-foot for proving once and for all that there is only one fact in life, and that's death. Apparently, You can skip the former.
He says we're just pretending God's not real, but he just pretends he doesn't have to withhold Social Security taxes. He went to jail for that.
James, do you know how much of a sovereign citizen I am? I'm so sovereign. I am like...
maximally sovereign?
Welcome to AV Stan. Welcome.
Maximally sovereign?
I'm maximally sovereign. Well, for a second, Soros almost had to shut us down, but he's allowing us to continue. And to say, Thank you, Regos.
Thanks, Regos.
Speaking of which, we have a skeptic Bible study. Woo! Because we are going word for word in the Bible. Because the biggest complaint that we get from fundamentalist Christians is that us atheists read the Bible a little bit too literally. So if we could just like tone it back and like just understand it a little bit more metaphorically and just understand the context.
Except Ken, he's like, no, it's all literal. It's literal.
Literal. Except for sending love for each other, except for the slavery. That tends to be a little bit more metaphorical, like from the nations around here.
You got to consider the nuance, Amy. It's
the
completely
nuance,
different.
Exactly. Sending love to Rachel Holland, the lovely, the fabulous, the amazing. Reminding you that, the good book kind of endorses slavery. But also sending love to stupid whore energy. Woo-hoo, $5. I am so sovereign. I will put $1 million on the line on you.
I'll lean on you if you disagree.
Disagree. Holy moly. That is like fairly sovereign.
Have you ever seen like the sovereign citizens who, when they get pulled over and like they're looking out the window and the state trooper walks up and they're like, I'm billing you for this, by the way, $500 a minute. Every minute I'm here, I'm charging you $500 because this is a unconstitutional seizure. It's like, ma'am, you don't have a license plate. I don't need one of those. Okay, step.
Don't need one of those. Yeah.
Window gets broken. Taser comes out. We all have fun. Get the popcorn. Yeah.
But yes, thank you so much.
Thanks, SW. Really triggers Ken during those questions.
Oh my! And anything religious? They like to
try. Take her to DAL one day when we take our trip.
Oh my! And also sending love to Senator Cato, reminding us the separation of church and state more important than anything else, because it's not going to be your religion in control. It's going to be some sort of schism. That's
where do you think the Patreon money? She gets like 5 packages from Amazon a day full of props. She can't get enough of it, and we love it.
Look, sometimes you got to keep this shit real. All right? Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Keep things theologically possible and to tune your epistemological toolkit.
Anything
and sending love.
Cool.
But yes, we're getting through the last 3 Patreons, and we're gonna do just our little, our own little intros. But then we're going to put it into the open mic. We're gonna put it up to you in the blue. Sending so much love, Regos. Sending so much love, Rachel, Senator Cato, and James Wolfe reminding us.
James Wolfe.
We have the Midnight Ranting. In fact, you're watching one right now because we kind of have an affinity for the later night before I go into my coffin. Ooh, exactly. So sending so much love to James Wolfe out there. Babies. In fact, he helped us a lot during our first AMA, which we're about to have our second one.
He did.
So excited. So keep on sending in all of those questions. And woo-hoo. Thank you so much, Stupid Horror Energy. Right back. And last but not least, the universe in your hand, the galaxy, the one thing that creationists cannot prove how to do. In fact, if you ask, which was really what I was trying to get through last night, it doesn't matter what question you ask them, a theist or a young earth creationist specifically, because there are many theists that actually can explain things using science, but you can't explain how to make a galaxy, a planet,
A goat.
life, a goat. Exactly. And so please, someone get me and like have some sort of intermediate stage. If the transition is God, nothing, goat, that is not a process. That's magic.
You forgot to add the poof. Maybe there's like a cloud of dust to like hide what God is actually doing. He's arranging the molecules of the goat.
Exactly. Orange Jello would like to remind you that God is working tirelessly in and out of each gene, trying to set them.
Because God loves you, He will send you to hell forever.
And all right, I'm going to quickly say something, and then we're going to give it to our headliner just to say what he thought about the debate and the topic, and then we're giving it to you. But keep on tagging us with your question, comments, and one-liners at James W. and myself at Amy Newman. And we are having some fun in the sun. Well, actually, it's a little bit more like night, but picky. And I'm also going to sugar water. What I love is that it has what plants crave. I feel like that's important to me. But yes, has electrolytes. But yes, the Hominid Fossil Record. I was looking for... Wait, no, that's a brain. Includes all the versions of homos. And no, not the fabulous queers like myself, but man. Because our version of mankind is only about 100,000 to 200,000 years old. Yet primates came on the scene 55 million years ago, which makes for a wealth of fossils in between. And hominids, or the great apes, came on the scene around 15 to 20 million years ago. And the emo haircut not long after. Wait. Moving forward, we know from the fossil record direct links to our ancestors. Australopithecus. Every English thing I just said, made famous by Lucy, lived 4.2 to 1.9 million years ago. Homo habilis, or handyman, lived 2.3 to 1.65 million years ago. Or my favorite, Homo erectus. And not me on a good night. Meaning, upward man. Lived 2 million years ago to around 117 to 108,000 years ago. Basically, to around when Neanderthals and modern man came onto the scene. And not into the pillow. but for the processes of procreation. So, when I talk about the Hominid Fossil Record, that, along with genetics, are a great way of knowing evolution is true. However, the only real enemy here is fundamentalist religion. The dogmatic kind that gets really, really sad face by the fact that we, as humans, are related to other apes, like orangutans, gorillas, and chimpanzees. But the facts don't care about the fifis, and neither does science. We all have a common ancestor with all life forms on Earth, even hominids. Thank you. And all right, before we jump into the open mic, and I will even send the link into chat while we queue it up.
Fire away.
But the man of the hour, the headliner, James W. We are Midnight Ranting. We're having an after party on your debate with Mr. 15-foot Hovind.
The man himself.
Exactly. Hovind. On the topic on the Hominid Fossil Record. What are your thoughts? The debate, the topic, tacos?
Well, I want to thank everybody for showing up to this event. Thank you all for your feedback, your comments. I had a lot of fun in this debate. I tried to keep it simple. I tried to keep it lighthearted, have fun. I don't think you could take this guy too seriously, and I try not to. I don't even think he takes half the shit he says himself seriously. I think he knows. He feigns ignorance a lot, but I don't think he can be quite that dumb. But he's got a shtick, and he's got a script, and he's got it memorized, and he's got a lot of followers. So, hey, what are you going to do? But I just tried to attack a lot of his talking points. I tried to lay out what I think is a good, reasonable, rational case for human evolution. We have lots of different lines of evidence, and it all points and tells us one thing, that life on Earth is all related, that we evolved, that we are continuing to evolve. And that story is written in the rocks, in the Earth's surface itself. And how fortunate we are that we can look, and that we have scientists who are willing, curious enough to look in the ground and very carefully, painstakingly unearth these bones of these creatures that lived sometimes millions of years ago, try to help us understand our place on the Earth, who we are. And yeah, but anyway, let's open it up. I wanted anybody to come on if you got feedback, suggestions, taco recipes. Let's hear it.
Woo-hoo. Thank you so very much.
Say how
James.
nice Gizmo is, then you come on and talk about Gizmo.
Yay. And this podcast always needs more cats, especially when Gizmo works so hard, tirelessly with that cat.
He is a hard worker. Yeah.
Woohoo! And all right, with that, we are going to move into our open mic. Come join our Midnight Ranting live stream. Doesn't matter if you are on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch. We're sending love. You can join us on here on the StreamYards, and we will have some fun. And we already got Mark Reid behind us on stage, which means we're about to head into the open mic. Woo-hoo! Thank you so very much, James Wolfe.
Thanks, James.
And all right, we'll bring them in, and then we'll just go to the open discussion, and we'll join as people want to. And we'll all talk about the subject because we're Midnight Ranting on the Hominid Fossil Record.
Let's go.
We're moving into our open mic. Woohoo! What is up, Mark? Welcome to the show. We are Midnight Ranting on the Hominid Fossil Record. Hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we can talk about?
Oh, I think we have to all sort of, give a big salute to the man of the hour, Gizmo. Yes, Gizmo, fantastic.
Absolutely.
No, James, you were awesome, mate. I loved it. I did. I was having a blast in the chat. I don't know if you noticed, but I was sort of going off and arguing with every man, woman, and child in the chat.
Creationists.
Oh yeah,
they hit like 300 people in chat almost.
It was
wild.
Absolutely, it was quite a good turnout. So but I was having fun, and I did love how you stuck to your points. The fossil record. I mean, Kent just veers away into random. He basically wants you to explain everything from the creation of the universe to how life formed to everything. He just completely went off topic. It was just his usual song and dance. I want to thank you for the shout out during the debate as well. That was great. I don't think Kent enjoyed our debate. I don't think he enjoyed this one either. So yeah, I really enjoyed it, and I think he did really, really well. So kudos, James. Awesome.
Thank you so much, Mark.
No
I
problem.
was inspired by your debate. It
thank you.
Really, your debate, Atheist Junior's debate. We've seen. I mean, there's several. Wade the Wizard did a good job in his debates.
He did, yes, absolutely.
So there's been a lot of different atheists, and that's why I think there's no one right way to skin a cat, so to say.
Yeah, I think everyone has their own style and their own approach and their own sort of strategy to it. I agree. I don't think there's one, specific way to do it. I think you just have to be authentic to your own style and your own sort of, your own way of doing it, and you just have to do the best you can with how you feel comfortable addressing it. I think that's probably the way to go. And you really did sort of, be authentic and earnest about what you were saying. Kent's response is this kind of incredulity of, oh, you think a human came from a chimpanzee? And you just went, no, let's back it up, and address it. It was really good. I really enjoyed it. It was great.
Thanks so much, Mark.
Yeah, my debate actually caused a bit of a storm because the after show for Maddox, he basically attacked not physically, of course, but he really abused a person with a background in genetics on his after show. So Erica has a video out sort of saying how he basically said that I didn't know what I was talking about. And I'll admit, I'm a lay person in genetics and things like that.
Right.
That's okay. So is John Maddox.
Well,
but
yeah, that's what Erica said.
Oh my goodness, brother.
That's what Erica said. He is like one of the best examples of somebody that does not know what he is talking about at all. Like, gets everything completely wrong. And look, we just do the best we have with our understanding of the topic. I think that you obviously researched this, James. You obviously read up on, the fossil record. Did way better than I could have. My understanding of sort of paleoanthropology is not fantastic. So I just want to say that was really impressive. I really did think you did it.
I did take some time to prepare. Yeah.
Obviously, yeah, and it showed. You really did look like you knew what you were talking about. And I'm only a layperson, so I can't really judge. But I think that let's face it, Kent's objections are so, they're lame. They really are lame. It's just, and he just brings up these objections, which are a straw man of the argument. why don't we see a chimpanzee give birth to a human? Because they've already diverged on two separate branches. They're not, you aren't going to get a chimpanzee give birth to a Homo sapiens because they've already diverged.
That boat left.
Indeed.
Yeah, that boat left. That is something that cannot happen. And yeah, it's really weird. And I mean, I got into some weird conversations in the chat, like praise. We all know how like ridiculous praise I am can be. He was basically claiming that the evolution violates the law of non-contradiction somehow, because we're trying to say that our ancestors were both apes and not apes. And I'm like, hold on a second. We're not talking like we had one ancestor and that is both an ape and a non-ape. You're applying something for a group. Like at a certain point, we say, hey, that is now a non-ape. And then, that is then an ape kind of thing. It's just a classification system. It doesn't mean that any one individual was both an ape and a non-ape. That isn't what it means. So it was just, this conversation was baffling to me. It was really like, you not only don't understand sort of cladistic phylogeny, you also don't understand basic logic.
The rules of logic, yeah.
Right. Yeah. But, I really enjoyed it. So thanks, James. I'll give up my time. I talk too much anyway.
Bring Dr. Bird in.
That's right. We got Dr. Bird. We got Porpoise. We are going to get them both in here. But I just want to send one more love out to Mark Reid, who has done many fantastic.
Feedback, Mark.
He has been on here on Debate Me Brah, Modern Day Debate, and Standing for Truth. Why aren't you checking out all this fantastic non-believer content?
I'm sure they are.
Thank you, Mark. And all right, let's get him. He has recently got his PhD in flood vegetarianology.
Just as
Dr.
valid as PhD.
He got it yesterday, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
Just on time. But Dr. Bird, welcome. We are Midnight Ranting on the Hominid Fossil Record. Hope you're having a good night. And what are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about?
Hello, kind people. It's great to be here again. As you know, my title, I did get my doctorate degree over the past 3 weeks. Pretty easy, not a big deal. So if Ken can do it, so can I. So
on the back of a box of Lucky Charms.
Yeah,
mail it
exactly.
in.
No. It was from an unaccredited university. I'm going to be fair. So
okay,
hey, if he can do it, I can do it. So I did it. It was costly. It was $7,000 for the past 3 weeks, but hey, it's worth it. That way I can say I have a doctorate. So, so I'm real excited about that. The debate, amazing. This was by far the best debate I've ever seen you in, James. You put pressure. You didn't succumb to stupidity like he does. I thought you were poised. You laughed when he was being silly. You didn't act like a jackass. Yet you really pushed him on what he supposedly thinks. I still think he's lying to everybody because he has to, because that's his meal ticket. But that's a personal thing.
Some things he has to be lying about.
Exactly. I mean, it's the amazing Dr. Bird. So it was really, really good, man. I know you've been listening to some of the critiques we've had for you, and I think by far this is the best one you've had. You made him look silly. So I mean, he makes himself look silly, but you did it in a way that was very tasteful. Yeah, exactly. You're like, yeah, okay, Ken, yeah. Keep saying it's a religion. And this would be interesting. If anybody is going to debate him in the future, I really think we need to kick that one in the butt, because we need to figure out what is his definition of religion. Because
he's got several. Yeah.
Okay, so if he's saying evolution is religion, that's fine if that's how you define it. but we know that's not how the majority of people think. It's just one of his silly
Basically, anything you can't look and see right with your eyes, anything that requires any level of inference or deduction, according to him, could be considered a religion. Like Atheist
okay,
Junior
gotcha.
pointed out, mountain formation, because we don't see the mountains form, which actually today he kind of took a step back on, and he's not so sure that the Indian subcontinent slamming into Asia is the cause of the Himalayan mountains, which is pretty absurd. Why he doubts that, because he can't see it, I don't know. That's been pretty well established for a long, long time. And it's just silly that he doesn't see that.
So his definition is not the belief and worship of a supreme and controlling power of God, et cetera, et cetera. It's that we can't see it, so it must be God, or it must be a religion.
Therefore, it's a religion.
Basically. That's crazy. Anyway, we know.
So the ancient humans who couldn't see the curvature of the Earth, who looked at the measurements they were able to take and said, you know what? I think it's a round ball that we're on. I don't think it's flat. They were engaging in religion.
Right. Makes sense. But anyway, yield my time. Thank you so much. And glad to see everybody on here.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Bird. And all right, we're going to get Sinister on, and then we are going into open discussion. But, oh my, the Sinister Corpus. Welcome.
Looking extra sinister tonight.
Exactly, looking extra fabulous. Welcome. We are Midnight Ranting on the Hominid Fossil Record. What are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about?
You're muted.
That's okay. We have magic here. Whoosh.
I actually managed to catch the last 30 seconds of this debate.
Oh boy.
I just wanted to...
The best part.
That's more than I usually catch. I just wanted to say I wanted to comment on the amazing job Gizmo was doing as a producer. I want him to keep up the good work. Athena approves, even though she's up on my cupboards looking down. And what is it with creationists trying to conflate different fields of science and trying to say they're all evolution?
Because they're idiots.
Well, I don't think they're all idiots.
In Kent's case, he's definitely an idiot.
It's a tactic of obfuscation, I think.
Exactly.
Conflation,
I think it's... Go ahead, sorry.
Well, the reason why I think he does the 6 different types of evolution shtick is because it gives him like a long-term gish gallop away from the topic. Is that he names them and then he can kind of bring them up. There was no reason to talk about the Big Bang in this debate, but at one point he did. And why did he talk about the Big Bang? Because it's one of his 6 shticks that he talks about with versions of evolution. And so it almost forces whoever he's debating to not... I mean, if you are a biologist, it forces you to talk outside of your dominion because he's going to pretend like it's all one thing. Or it should be, in his opinion.
I'm sure Sunflower's degree in biochemistry is almost as real as my degree in computer science at this point.
Ooh, all the chat's getting spicy, but we like it.
Veganism.
Yeah.
But yes, sending
now
so much love.
Stupidora Energy is Ronald Reagan, apparently. She read Gavin's paper on reincarnation, and now she's applying it. So, yeah.
But I will say, any final thoughts, even just on the topic, the Hominid Fossil Record itself?
I would say people who understand it better than I do have already decided it's pretty conclusive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we actually have evidence of humans we don't have fossils for. I think for Denosovans, we have a tooth and someone's about to bite their teeth into my hand.
Mm-hmm.
And we know of one hominid species that we only know of through DNA evidence.
Use you as a diving board.
The sinister, diving board.
And funny enough, 2 mammals, and we are different species. They don't really seem to get that. Like, I consistently have to be like, how could we be all primates? And it's like, well, we're all mammals, right? Like, you accept us and the squirrels are both mammals, right?
Yeah,
and yet
We're
you
related
understand
in that way.
that one's not a primate, and they don't seem to understand.
Should have worn the purple hat tonight. Anyway.
That is okay. We're about to give you a chance to switch into the purple hat if you want, or we're about to move into open discussion unless you have something else to add. Huh?
Nope, I really don't, because I usually don't catch these debates, and I tried to, but caught it right at the end.
That is okay. We are going to have some fun in the sun. In fact, well, more in the moonlight, because we are in fact Midnight Ranting on the Hominid Fossil Record. The link to join us is in chat and pinned, especially if you disagree with us, because
Exactly.
I think right now there are 5 skeptics on board.
And I have no one to tell they're wrong, so come on and let's do it.
And Kent Hovind is the expert on whale penises. I know nothing
He
about
is.
Always.
It's not really a Kent Hovind debate unless you're talking about another animal's genitals. At least at some point.
I love in
He
your
brings
opening
that
you
one.
brought that up, James. Thank you so much for that.
Oh, I felt like I had to. I didn't want to do it, but I felt I owed it to him.
Yeah.
It was appreciated. I got to say that. I don't think it's because Kent wants to gish gallop that he's bringing up all those separate types of evolution kind of thing, stellar evolution and that. I actually disagree. I think it's because he's like a presuppositionalist that will try and undercut everything by attacking the foundation of everything. So I think what he's trying to do is you can't explain evolution without abiogenesis. You can't explain abiogenesis without stellar formation. You can't explain stellar formation without Big Bang. Basically trying to make it seem like we can't explain a phenomenon without having explained everything previous to it, which is ridiculous.
Yep.
Because, and this is something I told somebody in the chat. So I said, like, if you have a crime that's committed, you don't have to go back and show all of their life previously in order to have the evidence for that one event. That's not necessary.
Woo! What is up, Randolph? And Mark, I don't disagree with that. I would just say I do think it is the tactic, though, that he brings that up because that allows him to talk about all of those myriad of topics. There is no reason to talk about how planets form. There's no reason to talk about how the universe formed or stars form in, for example, a ape debate. But he has this, so it allows him. But you're right in that is the game. What he goes is he says, "Listen, it's you can't really talk or prove evolution unless you prove this, and you're like."
I think it's because religion is like an all-encompassing thing.
Right.
His religion is, we start with the beginning. Boom. God just did it all. And that's his answer for everything.
Same explanation for everything down. It's God. God. Right.
Science doesn't do that. Science has individual fields of study so people can specialize, and they study primarily one thing, and they get really good and really smart at it, and they do really good science.
So, sorry, go ahead, Porpoise. I'm sorry.
I didn't really have anything important to say to this. I'm just remember, because Microsoft Word program or Microsoft Office programs use the same libraries and therefore will decompile into the same lines of code. Therefore, evolution is wrong.
Code doesn't.
I'm a designer,
and I'm just going to interrupt to bring someone in to join us for his intro.
Copy a code, it's exactly the same.
Polymorphic viruses exist, and you can make self-modifying code.
Computer
that's
viruses.
not what Ken is talking about.
Not when you copy it. When you copy it, it's an exact. Well, if it copies correctly, of course, without any errors, it's supposed to be completely identical.
The code Kent is talking about isn't even just identical lines. It's Microsoft using libraries over and again to achieve the same effect.
Yeah.
Ken is
Though
talking about
I-
Mountain Dew Code Red, okay? He's not know about
Exactly.
code.
But we are going to bring AJ
Did you order
in,
the code
Atheist
red?
Jr.
Tell him,
Why,
James.
yes. This is but yes.
Our very special guest.
Woohoo! What is
Hey.
up, Atheist Jr.? We are Midnight Ranting on the Hominid Fossil Record. I hope you are doing well. What are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about?
AJ's 5'1".
Thank you for sharing his height.
We'll discuss something irrelevant.
He's actually
yeah,
not.
let's-
But
So stupid, man.
So he's shorter than a whale penis.
I actually fixed that. So that was on a fan wiki page about me that I found, and I actually edited it to correct it.
It's hilarious.
Because it was wrong.
Yeah.
Which is usual for Kent's level of knowledge. Completely
Yeah.
wrong. Goes with it anyway. Sure.
Yep.
Well, it was the first time he had ever gone to my channel, so I guess that's understandable. Apparently, that was somehow the first time,
opposition
he's,
research.
even though he's shown my videos on his channel more
But
than
it
once.
also
But I
shows.
have lots of thoughts. I have lots of thoughts.
Oh my.
I'm sure.
Go for it, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna. I took a lot of notes. I listened to most of the debate up to probably halfway through the opening discussion when I was starting to get sick of hearing Kent yell at James. It's just getting abusive at this point. It's really hard to listen to, but I thought he did a great job. Of course, but.
Thanks,
I took some notes, so I'm just going to read these, and we'll
Go through.
go from there. So the part where Kent says that clams are found at the bottom of the fossil record because they're already at the bottom of the seafloor. I think a good question to ask Kent in response to this would be, well, then why do you also say that we find clams on the top of Mount Everest? Like, which is it?
We've never found clams on the top of Mount Everest.
I know, but he says that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's what-
And I really loved the sort of subtle jab of saying Kent taught earth science, so he understands these things. He really seemed to get mad and start yelling after that part.
Telling him he's got a doctorate degree.
Because you deadpanned it. You deadpanned it fantastically.
It was
By
exactly
telling
the
him
way that
over and over
I-
again he's got a doctorate degree. He should understand it. Yeah.
Yeah.
AJ, did you not hear I got my doctorate?
No.
I'm a doctor now, so thank you.
In birdology.
No,
Okay.
it's in real science. I taught science
in
for
real
7
science?
years. Yeah, real science.
Okay.
Yep.
Ornithology isn't real science anymore. Okay. Well.
Was
What
the
else
degree
AJ?
was the degree on the back of a child's menu from IHOP?
No, don't be
Oh,
silly.
that's-
It cost me $7,000, jackass.
Okay. So I thought if you know what I'm talking about, I thought the next answer when he asked about or yelled asking about when was the layer deposited, I really thought that was a perfect answer. That's probably the same way that I would have said it. So that was really good. But of course, he didn't accept that answer.
He doesn't accept it. No.
Yeah. I liked, the part about saying that Kent only believes fossils aren't evidence because they don't talk. And the part about the different bone being mixed in with Lucy was good. And Kent was firing back at you really hard. And I thought that you were quick on your feet and you were responding logically to each thing that he said, and you were keeping your cool while he yelled at you, which is what I try to do in my debate. And I know how hard that is to do. So it's commendable.
Did you at least get a few digs in about Matt Powell being in the closet?
He did.
Oh,
and about
there was some
pacifiers.
spicy Matt Powell comments.
Oh, I look forward to seeing those. I haven't finished watching the whole debate, but
Yeah, I won't.
I'm going to finish watching it tomorrow.
I would do it, but honestly, I would leave Matt Powell alone because I don't think he believes half of what he says anyway.
Can we just take a second to appreciate that at this point, Kent and I are equal prop comics. I just want to put that
True.
out there.
I
But
think
hey,
you've got
hey.
better prop game than Kent. You've got better prop game. Come on.
Yeah.
Kent is the amateur. She's the professional.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I really liked the part about talking about how the transition of fossils that look less human to more human-like, alongside tools becoming more complex in the fossil record.
Right.
But one thing that I think you could add to that is that also the brain case size increased alongside of the same progression of tools. And this is just a sort of personal hypothesis of mine, but I also think that there's also a pattern of the development of bipedal locomotion. So this is just a hypothesis, but maybe one of the reasons that Homo erectus, Homo sapiens were more intelligent than Lucy and her ancestors were, once we're walking upright, our spine is able to carry and support a heavier skull with a bigger brain.
Right.
So there are other patterns that you could talk about, and I like that because it drives home the point that Kent just wants to focus on one fossil and say, well, this fossil isn't evidence. It's like, well, no, of course one fossil isn't evidence, even though Lucy, the foot of Lucy is good evidence for evolution on its own, but the way that fossils are evidence are the pattern of fossils, not just one.
And can I just point out how triggered both I believe Kent and the chat seemed to really be about Lucy. Like they were just screaming, like
they think she's
it's a hoax. It's been deep.
Yeah.
And like, no, I don't even know what
we
the
have
hell
hundreds
they're
of them
about.
though. We have hundreds of them. Are they all hoaxes? I mean, come on, at this point.
And I like the way you addressed it when they said, it was proven to be fake. And you said, no, there was one baboon bone in there that doesn't make it fake. And all of the other ones that didn't have other bones mixed up in them. And he just had no answer for it. He had literally, he didn't refute it. He didn't say, hey, no, actually all of the bones were fake. He just went on about his stupid crap again. It was really good.
Yeah. Well, not just that, but the fact that it was the same scientists the same scientific community that found these fossils was the one that corrected itself,
Right. Just like Piltdown Man and Nebraska Man that Kent brought up, which I cut him off. I kicked him in the knee on that because I put that to bed before he even got to it, because science they found the mistake.
Wait,
exactly.
Science can change its mind? Shut up.
Exactly. And do you know what fixes bad science? Good science.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like that argument a lot because it really goes directly against Kent's narrative, because the fact that there were things that were in the textbook that were wrong, and they were taken out because better information was found.
Right.
Well, it shows that it's not a conspiracy, right? Because he kind of makes out this, you scientists don't want to find the truth kind of thing.
Yeah.
It shows that, hey, if we do find a fake or a hoax or something that doesn't sit with what they know, they will actively try and, we actively try to pursue
it out.
All right. Keep in mind that Kent's main job isn't to actually prove his point wrong. It's try to poke holes in what he thinks evolution is. Because if he can poke those holes, it'll keep people from thinking too much. His job is more to say, this might be possible, rather than let's prove this. Because that's what apologists do. And
he's an obfuscator.
It's the same thing the COVID misinformation people do. Like, I don't know if you've heard of Dr. Robert Malone, who actually worked on the mRNA vaccines, but he did not invent them any more than the dozens of other people working on them did.
Right. He claims to have.
So I just
wanted to... more notes, AJ?
Yeah, I have just one thing that I wanted to say, and I really took offense to Kent saying that it was stupid going to the moon. Because this guy
That was
claims that he
pretty dumb.
loves science.
Oh, you just found a few rocks. That's all we did. Yeah, okay.
I mean, the reason that we went to the moon was a political reason. It was a race to land there before the Soviets, who had already beaten us, getting a man into space with Yuri Gagarin, and our nation was deeply divided from the Vietnam War, as well as the East and West countries from the Cold War. And the United States' status as being the number one superpower going into the future was uncertain. And the moon landing really sort of united the country and united people all over the world, because
United humanity. It was an achievement for everybody.
It was all of us under one goal, and it was a really important thing for us to accomplish. But you don't even need that reason. Why land on the moon? Because it's fucking cool to do that. Because
It's amazing.
That was really
Hell
gross.
yeah.
And he thinks these people have like IQs of like 700, and to think they wouldn't look up at the moon and say, "Damn, I wonder what's up there."
Plus, the astronauts didn't go there and just, have a party and then come back. There were scientific experiments they were performing up there. They took a lot of instruments, a lot of things. And maybe it wasn't a huge breakthrough from science, but we got some people to do scientific experimentation in a totally different environment that we're used to. And that's amazing. That's really groundbreaking. I don't know.
I can't wrap my head around that.
Can I just point out
pretty
that,
ridiculous.
just a channel down as his ally on something like EF Dawa and Hazma's Den, I have to deal with, well, how do you even know we went to the moon?
That's
You
what I
can't
was gonna
really
say.
believe that.
Right.
You actually accept the moon landing just like we accept our prophet.
I guess that's the one two consolations. At least he's not saying the Earth is flat or that we didn't go to the moon. So at least he's okay on those 2 points, if nothing else.
If you have a laser that can reach there, you can actually point at a reflector on the moon and measure how far it's moving away. People do this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can bounce lasers off those reflectors to this day.
Yeah, and so no fossils had children, blah blah blah. I mean, I thought you did great, but my eyes really started to glaze over at this point, and I was sort of disgusted by that part that I was like, I am going to take a break.
Take a break from the.
Fair enough. That
Understandable.
Yeah.
No fossils have children, yet we found dinosaur eggs with the dinosaur, and we found fossils of creatures giving live birth.
Nah, not true. It's all
We
fake.
haven't found that one.
James pointed that out. Too.
Yeah, I
news.
pointed that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And actually, the one that made me question what the hell is, he's like, we don't find fossils of modern animals, and it's like, wait, we found fossils of Homo sapiens. They're really old, but they're still our own species, right? So,
And can we just
100,000
talk
years
about
old.
the biggest hypocrisy, the one that really is, I mean, if your model is, I do not accept anything older than myself or the possibility of how old I am when I'm going to die. Like, if it's older than 100 years old, it's a fairy tale. If that, is your model,
It's a religion.
then why in the hell are you a Christian? Because I know there's no way that you saw a man resurrect from the dead
Exactly.
2,000 years ago. So I really don't understand. And that seems to be one of their main points. Like time. Yeah, their whole shtick is that we worship time. But that has nothing to do with it. Because if evolution is true and we were born last Thursday, it's going to keep on going and things are going to keep on evolving. It doesn't matter. Even if the world was 6,000 years old, which it's not, we would be evolving because evolution is a force of nature and it's going to be as long as life is here.
Well, their checkmate is God did it, so that's the end of it. That's all they have to say.
Explanation.
As SDB points out,
I
populations
understand.
evolve, not individuals, which totally puts him to bed, and he doesn't want to wrestle with that concept that we don't have to prove one particular individual produced offspring, because we see the trend over time. We see the history of life written in the rocks, and it's very
Yeah.
different from the bullshit he's peddling.
And
Yeah, that was one of
Thank
the
you,
things that I
Reservoir.
talked about in my debate. One of my big sticking points with Kent was his conflation of talking about, because the foundation of his argument, his number one argument is just that we don't see it like, an animal produce an animal that's a different kind. And I kept telling him how, well, you're conflating one animal giving birth to many generations of animals giving birth over many millions of years, and those are not the same thing. Obviously, those aren't the same thing. But
Well, obviously,
really-
to you.
I think James did great. I think it was his best
thank you so
debate
much,
so
AJ.
far.
On the
Definitely.
other hand, I have two questions. One, have you ever considered asking Kent how his gravity experiments are going
Oh
as
boy.
they're working their way through the court system?
Oh,
No one
I
understands gravity.
haven't heard how his appeal is doing, but
I'm sure he's going to win that in his own mind.
And I'm just going to read one comment, and then I'm going to bring another person in for their intro. But it's true, Reservoir Guar. I thought I was the only person that has ever been personally bitten by Carrot Top, and thus we turn into this at midnight. But it's true. Congratulations on your performance. Kent Carrot Top
thank you.
Hovind was as slippery and confusing as usual.
Yeah, and he was really yelling at James the way he yelled at me, and I think that there's something to be said for the fact that you got to be doing something right if Kent's acting like
if
that.
you trigger him,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You trigger him, and yeah.
So I loved James's first debate with Kent. I know in the second debate, SFT really sort of changed the formatting around really last minute. So I think that
Yeah.
debate was not as
It kind of
good.
threw me off a little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is understandable. But this one, I think it was the best one so far. I really loved the first one.
I
Because
tried to
really
channel
kept
that
him
first one.
pinned down.
The picture of Aaron Ra and that stuff, and just some of the
That
jokes
really
in there were
triggered him.
great. But yeah, I think in terms of just raw points scored, exchanges won, this was the best one. So,
And
Well
the other question was, are you really sure you want to give Kent that 300 debate goal he has? Because honestly, I think he shouldn't be
I
allowed to
almost-
lose that one.
I almost would love it if he gets to 299 and then nobody ever debates him again. I think that would be
That would be
hilarious.
hilarious. But he actually was talking to T-Jump, and T-Jump has done hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. And he says, "Oh, how many have you done?" "I've done 200. And he's like, 600 or something like that. Like T-Jump debates nonstop. And he actually looked so annoyed. It's classic. I highly
T-Jump has
recommend
done way
it.
more than
You
him.
took my stick.
Yeah,
Uh,
T-Jump has done way more.
But we are going to bring in Anthony and to the conversation because we are having some fun. We are in fact Midnight Ranting on the Hominid Fossil Record. And welcome, Anthony. That's
Hey,
right.
Anthony.
We are Midnight
Hey, Anthony.
Ranting on the Hominid Fossil Record. We are talking about the debate, the topic, or anything that we've been talking about.
Tacos?
Well, I was watching the debate a little bit, and I saw there was an after show. I thought I'd see how fun it was to join into a room full of six skeptics and present my theistic creationism
Awesome. Let's do it.
and see how it stands up.
my.
We are ready.
Do it to me.
To be honest, as far as Ken Hovind goes, I'm not the biggest fan
Good for
of
you.
his strategies and his rhetoric and knowledge in
Neither are
general.
we.
Well, we agree on something.
But I think there's
I am.
better out there, to be
I'm a
honest.
huge fan.
But I did have some questions of my. The debate was, it was interesting. It was like you all were saying, typical Ken Hovind. And I would be critical of him myself. But I just wanted to kind of ask some independent questions. I do disagree with you all on evolution, and obviously human evolution would be included there.
And all scientists.
Well,
Right.
no, not all scientists believe
Well,
in
it's
Vast majority.
97%. It's not all of them. 97%
Oh,
of
pardon me, because we care
Well,
about the 3%.
Let's,
Yeah.
let's let him
99
finish his intro
Wait.
first.
Let's hear what he has to say first, because
Yeah,
maybe
sorry.
we don't disagree with him.
I did want to make one point about the debate and critical of James's information he presented. I do feel like a number of those hominid species have been debunked by more recent discoveries. I don't know if you all the Homo, I believe habilis and Homo rudolfensis
What?
have kind of been wiped out and replaced. So
not habilis.
Wait, how?
Handyman. That's
No.
very well known.
well, they
Agent
found
Piltdown Man?
they found a bunch of skulls in Georgia a few years back, and from what I understand, they had to rewrite a whole bunch of things, which kind of goes to show how not all this is really fact, but interpretation.
Exactly.
Hold on. What's your source?
Yeah.
Well, it was widely reported at the time.
No.
but
No.
We
The
don't
source
want why
is
we
trust
report
me,
we want
bro.
to know what your source is.
let me repeat what I remember. There was a cave in the country of Georgia, not the state, the country of Georgia.
All right.
And yes.
Not to interrupt you, but why don't you take some time to look it up and put it in the side chat?
All right, let me do that then. Let me see if I can find something.
Well,
This
while
sounds kind
you're
of
doing
familiar
that,
to me.
I'm gonna interrupt your intro, but I'm gonna keep on letting you do your intro because I think Randolph just wants to say hi and join us, and so
Yeah, let him do his thing.
So I found
that's
an article on the Mansi human skull from Georgia implies all early Homo species were one. So it's
There you go. There it is.
A 1.8
and actually,
million...
Mark, just hold that for 1 second because that I don't want to change because we'll be able to bring it up again. Then we'll be back on topic.
Yeah, sure.
So hold on just 1 second. What is up, Randolph Richardson?
Oh, wow.
That's right. We are Midnight Ranting on the Hominid Fossil Record. I
What
can
a
see
guy.
that you are looking fabulous tonight.
Arr,
And
made
what
it.
are your thoughts about the debate, the topic? Oh, I will
mainly
keep
just
on
wanted
saying
to
it.
say-
Flattery gets you everywhere.
And that's why we're all here, isn't it? I just wanted to say congratulations on your 8-bit glasses. They look fantastic on you. They're good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right
I
back
should go
to
get my
you.
sunglasses.
So I'll just skip the intro, and because I know Mark's got something burning he wants to
Exactly.
cover. So I'll just
And
pass it
that-
on to Mark
Hey,
here.
that's
Thank you.
And that's
private medical
great.
information, sir.
Hey, number two, how's it going up in Canada?
But it'll get us. It'll
Nobody?
send us.
Austin
Number
Powers,
two.
really?
Okay. See,
Austin
here's my
Powers.
problem. I wanted to make a snake joke, but I was like holding
Has
it
no
in
one
the
seen
back
Austin
of my
Powers?
head. I do remember him. He was the good look. He was the good look, kind of like the good-looking guy with all middle-aged, with the eye patch in the League of Villains
Okay.
that was going on.
Yeah, I'm going through some treatment because I'm seeing a spot, and this is helping. So the spot's gradually going away as I wear this and rest my eye. So
Good.
I had to actually wear one when I was growing up because I have a stigma in my eye.
Same here.
But sending so much love. So I'm gonna give it back in two ways. Oh, kinky.
I'm just going to start building something in the background. Carry on, I'm listening.
That
Can I just
sounds
believe that you've turned
fantastic.
into a
The
pirate?
Godfather.
Can I just believe that you're now a pirate and taken to the high seas?
I'm a pirate.
The high seas. That'd be seas for Canada. There's only one Canada, by the way.
Arr.
Yes, the high seas of Canada.
Or
But
more like Falcon 7. Haha, multiple entendre.
Nice.
You know this
Pirates.
character.
I know that character. Yes, absolutely.
He's my favorite in that show. Sorry, Amy, go ahead.
Oh no,
Voiced
you're
by
fine.
Stephen Colbert as well. It's fantastic.
We're
He's
gonna
perfect
send
for that
love.
character.
You can actually find Randolph here at youtube.com/Randolph Richardson. That's with an OLF because I do many I just started. The last stream was fantastic. We went into the opposite of what Anthony is doing now. We step into the lion dens of Theus.
Now it's an F for freedom, by the way. But you were fantastic on our stream almost a fortnight ago, and we've got another one scheduled for the 24th. This is only going to be a 4-hour stream, though, due to some time constraints. But I'm so glad you're in, and we've got your picture up in the thumbnail art now, and with your logo and everything, and it's perfect because you'll notice what Jack Burton's holding relates.
Oh my! Well, now I need to look. And I'll get it up in chat. But see, this is why I'm so glad. Mark, bring us back. Talk to us about that paper, and then we're handing it back off to Anthony.
Yeah, sure. So this is a paper in Science News magazine, basically talking about Skull 5. Now, this skull was found in a region of Georgia, and it kind of suggests that there's less dissimilarities between some of the early hominid species than we thought. So it turns out that they may have been the same species. But it also says that they all came from Homo erectus, so they do have common ancestry. So the fossils from the Mansi region, including this skull, represent ancient human ancestors from the early Pleistocene epoch, soon after early Homo diverged from Australopithecus and dispersed from Africa. So basically they're saying that thanks to the relatively large Dmanisi sample, we see a lot of variation, but the amount of variation does not exceed that found in modern populations of our own species, nor in chimps and bonobos. So basically what it's saying is that the variation between these species, we see more variation in modern species, so they may have in fact been the same species. But looking at the paper that it's referencing, there is a lot of debate about that. And this article specifically says that they're both related to Australopithecus, which was an earlier hominid. So this doesn't say that because we found that these could be the same species, that debunks evolution. And I'm wondering where you're getting that from.
Well, could I add a really quick comment just before to what Mark said, and I'll be quick. But
yeah, sure.
I think that there's a trend among popular science media, not necessarily peer-reviewed journals, but rather just websites and blogs that talk about these things, where they're just sort of talking about what they read in the paper. There's a trend of saying this new find debunks everything. That they had to throw out all their theories about evolution, and this new find, all the theories about human evolution are wrong. And then you click on the actual paper, and that's really not what it said.
Exactly.
So that's all I wanted to say.
They are a bit sensationalist from time to time.
Yeah,
I would agree, yes. But let's give Anthony a chance to respond, because...
but go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, I hadn't looked at the papers in a while, but what I remember, it doesn't debunk the general concept of ape to human evolution. What it showed, and why a lot of creationists kind of jumped on it, was that some people speak about these fossils as if they're, the interpretation of the scientists are facts, when they're just interpretations of data. And when the problem this created was that the variation found in a single cave of supposedly early human ancestors was greater than the difference between different species that had already been established as fact. So since they were all found in the same cave, they had to be the same. They were reasoned to be the same species. But because the variation was big enough, they had to reason, well, this is bigger than the difference between these two supposed early human ancestors. So it kind of called into question whether they're really different species. And the point was that people speak of these things as if they're, as much a fact as the sky is blue, when it's really scientists interpreting things, and they could very well be wrong, and we need to be aware of that.
Okay,
Agreed.
as a former journalist, sorry.
I was just going to agree with you. That's what scientists do. They interpret facts and evidence. They could be wrong, but that's the beauty of science. It can change its mind
All right.
about the new facts and evidence. That's nothing. That doesn't mean creationism is true.
All right. As a former journalist, there's also something I think
okay.
that's going on here that I think.
Good night, AJ. We lost AJ. He had to run, but thanks so much for coming on. Atheist Junior.
Yeah, but I think you should be aware of, and that's that editors
AJ.
often write the headlines, and it isn't a scientific paper; it's a news story.
Correct.
And the reporters write the articles. Often, if you actually pay attention to what's in the article, especially if it's a sensationalist headline, you'll probably find there was an editor who sensationalized it and a reporter who was very annoyed at that editor after they saw the headline. So make sure if you're reading a news article, you read the actual article.
Well, and I think the problem is that when you say, oh, they look at it like the sky's blue, I think that they sort of look at evolution in the same way that you would look at germ theory of disease. And they may be wrong about or gravity, right? And they may be wrong about, say, two species of bacteria being a different species. And they might go, well, actually, we found out that they're the same species, just with very, very slight, differences. Or we thought that this disease was caused by this bacteria, when in fact it's a genetic origin. This is the whole thing about medicine, for instance. We're constantly going, hey, we thought this, and we were actually wrong, and it's time to update it. But when you say, hey, you look at it like the sky is blue, it's like, well, I guess you can make that analogy, but I would rather sort of go, well, we look at it in the same way that we look at germ theory of disease in medicine. It is a very substantiated that germs cause disease, and it is very substantiated that humans and all animals had a common ancestor.
The scientific community, it's settled as far as they're concerned. No serious scientist is questioning whether or not this happened. The mechanics of it and the details of it, we could still learn more about, but nobody's questioning whether it's
and there's
true
still arguments going on in the fields over certain things in the field. Like there's people that argue vehemently, and if you've ever sort of been in scientific circles when they're having an argument, it can get pretty heated over who's right about something. But that doesn't mean the foundations are wrong.
And there's something else you want to watch for when doing things that you have absolutely no training in. Like if I were reading a paper on biology, it's like maybe you don't understand what's being said. There's nothing wrong with admitting I don't know.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll address.
Going to genetics paper, I wouldn't get most of what they were trying to say, and that wouldn't invalidate the paper.
Okay, so there are 2 points. The first one was the journalistic perspective, which I totally understand, and I agree that could be part of what's going on here. I'll admit I probably didn't read the source paper itself, but more these, online publications and what they were interpreting from what the scientists had read. So perhaps that is, but from what I understand, there was a debate going on within the scientific community at this time about these fossils. So it wasn't completely sensationalism and clickbait. There was a debate going on caused by this discovery. It was pretty significant at the time.
Sure.
And when you're talking about, and to the second point, when you're talking about something like human evolution, you have to realize the entire idea is built upon data points or individual points of data. And we start finding out that certain data points are not as factual as they led on to believe. It makes you question, well, what else is there that perhaps this isn't so much a fact as it is an interpretation of data, and maybe a poor interpretation. So that's something we have to watch out for when we're understanding.
That's why science is always getting refined.
Correct.
Our current understanding of evolution isn't what Darwin came out with, because Darwin didn't even know about genetics. He had his particular theory of inheritance, which was later essentially confirmed by Mendel. But we don't consider natural selection the most primary driving force behind evolution anymore. And it doesn't even take a biology degree to get this, because I've only had, at most, a college biology level 101 course because that's not my major when I went back to college.
Yeah, and it's like saying that, hey, medicine's got all these data points where they've been wrong, and that is 100% true. There's all kinds of data points where we've got things catastrophically wrong in medicine, but it improves as it goes along because it finds where those data points are wrong, identifies them, and then corrects them. And I'm sure that you wouldn't say, well, because medicine has been wrong in the past, then the entire field of medicine has to be wrong. Would you claim that?
My point.
No, that's not. I wouldn't. You're right. I wouldn't claim that. But
Then do so for evolution.
well, the point you make a good point. Just because they got a couple of things wrong doesn't mean the entire superstructure is incorrect. But one thing that happens is, sometimes people will start pointing out the inconsistencies, and they'll be labeled as anti-science. If you start to, you're a science denier if you don't believe that they point to individual facts to support their theory, but when you start pointing out that these facts are actually, either incorrect or just interpretations, and they tell you that, you're just denying science when you're really denying people's interpretations of data.
Well, give us a for instance of one.
Yeah, that's good.
I just did. Where the human fossil record was basically rewritten a few years ago because they found a cave with skull.
Okay, hold on. We've just proven you wrong, though.
Yeah.
It was rewritten. It was slightly modified.
I would
It
argue
wasn't rewritten. That's the thing. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not. We're starting all over.
I would argue the entire field of evolutionary science is largely based on interpretations of the fossil record, which, as Ken rightly points out, is merely an interpretation and not based on anything that could be considered, concrete or definitely established.
Well, who's Ken
Now,
Riley,
I know a lot of
pretty
skeptics will want to answer, but what we're actually going to do is bring Beamsy in, and he'll be the first to respond if he
There
wants
we
to.
go. Come on, Beamsy.
Beamsy,
Come on,
welcome
Beamsy.
to our
This is
Midnight
your area,
Ranting.
Yeah, this is. I'm gonna shut up and listen to Beams because he knows what he's talking about. I'm just a dummy. So
All right, I suggest
Hey,
we all.
we are the skeptic crew here because
True.
we are actually Midnight
Hold on to your
Ranting
hat,
on the
Anthony.
Hominid Fossil Record. Welcome, Beamsy. Hope you're doing well. What are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we talk about?
The debate was no surprise. James was winning by just turning up because Hovind was just repeating himself ad nauseum again. But in an aspect of what you said, Anthony, here's a little thing to take with you. I am a geologist, and I'm actually having a debate on stratigraphy this weekend. Does that mean stratigraphy is wrong, or is the fact being that we're actually making a discussion in an aspect in stratigraphy in which we have contrary information and actually trying to come to a consensus?
Well, it could be the latter. But yeah, you have to look at the full scope of things and see, are they debating fundamental aspects of the theory, or is this just disagreement?
What do you mean they? Me. I said
Okay,
I am going into the debate.
All right,
This is something where I have a specialization.
So I assume you're debating another scientist who disagrees with you on some individual point. Is that correct?
Not necessarily disagrees with me. They've discovered a different aspect in the way of the crystalline formation within granite can actually be formed through an incursion. So we're actually creating this more as a way to come to a consensus. This is yes, we are aware of how granite can be metamorphosized through a larval incursion, but there are different ways that can actually occur, and this is something that we've been unsure about in the formation of the stratigraphy of it. That's why this debate is actually occurring. Not because stratigraphy is wrong, it's just we've discovered new information, and one of us might have better information, or there is a combination between what we are saying, and both of us have points that are wrong.
exactly.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Let me ask you a question. Has this person demonstrated that this granite metamorphosis basically what I'm asking is, there's the theoretical, we think this happens this way, and somebody coming along and say, actually, we're observing it now, and I can tell you what we've observed. So with
Have we
evolution,
observed geological time?
with evolution, and what I'm seeing is a bunch of people saying, we're speculating that this is what happened, but we can't bring it into a lab and show it. So is that scientific, or is it theorizing?
Wow.
Evolution and geology are very similar in both aspects because they both involve a great deal of long time. But when you make predictions, you can actually examine these predictions by using a stratigraphic map and actually find areas where you would expect to find coinciding evidence. That's the point of using things like that. But a very good example of a good way of proving evolution is the change from salamanders to entertainers.
I have something I'm going to put in private chat here from a few years ago that is actually observing evolution in real time.
Yeah, what about the finches in Australia? Is it Australia, Mark? Over
What
30
finches?
years, the beaks changed?
Oh, that's Galapagos.
Galapagos. Sorry. Yep.
Well,
I mean,
the finches,
that's observable.
yeah, but if I'm not mistaken, there were no new species added and no fundamental changes in the finches themselves. One of the things I see.
Hold on, I need to ask a question. Do you understand what evolution actually is?
It's a great question.
Well,
it's not just species, new species getting added. So, what do you think evolution is?
Well, I know that they use I think there's the kind of the trick definition and then the actual definition that people want to debate. The trick definition is just changes in inheritable characteristics between generations of living organisms. No one disagrees with that. So, can a finch's beak change in the course of several generations, or can sheep grow longer wool over the? Yes, even creationists accept that. Even the Bible teaches that.
So, you're using Kent Hovind's incorrect distinction between macro and micro evolutions, even though they're the same processes. One's just carried it over a longer time, but I think Beamsy has a better grasp on this than I do.
The difference between the definition of what you used and what the definition actually is, they actually concentrate on the leotides, not the actual characteristics. Because just because a characteristic changes doesn't necessarily mean the organism has changed into a species. So you have to look into it. No, your definition is wrong for the one you just gave of what is the accepted. It's wrong. It is variations between the leotides, not variation between the features.
Right, change in allele frequencies, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I have a question. How do you determine that it's a different species? Like, look at wolves and dogs, for example. Where do you draw the line?
Usually it's reproducibility, fertile offspring.
In animals.
In animals. And I think that there is a debate. I was of the opinion that modern domesticated dogs and wolves are the same species.
They're not. There's a dead species in between wolves and dogs, and now extinct one.
Okay, well, what I understand is that domesticated dogs can reproduce with wolves.
And coyotes.
Not all of them.
And species, as far as I understand it, and I must admit, I'm a layperson, I'm not going to claim it's not always that they can't interbreed or they produce sterile offspring. It's something to do with the vectors that they're on, and DNA transfer between them has to reach a certain level. Apparently, it's a lot more complex than just a simple designation of, well, they can't breed anymore.
Can I bring a point about the fossil record, and the evolutionists trying to use it as evidence? Because I agree with Kent Hovind that the fossil record is incapable of being used as evidence of evolution.
But you've been arguing about the fossil record, and now that they've refuted all that, you say, it doesn't matter, it doesn't count anyway.
But
I want to hear his honest way of approaching the argument.
Yeah, I want to hear his reasoning.
This is a setup. So we got the setup Now give the pitch.
Yeah.
When you look at two organisms in the fossilized organisms, whatever they are, and some of these scientists say these things are hundreds of millions of years old. You can't convince me that them drawing lines between these different creatures
Okay.
is a scientific process.
There we go.
Hold on. Why did we bring phylogeny into it? Because that has nothing to do with fossils.
And in a second, I just want to ask Anthony a few questions. So we'll let him answer that, because I think Porpoise just asked you a question.
What they try to do is look at the similarities between they start with the little sea creatures.
Who is
and
they?
They draw lines to the crabs and the lobsters, and then the lobsters to the
Who is
fish.
they?
And it's like you can't. These lines, they're not based on DNA testing. They're made up.
Who is they? First of all,
can I?
No, who is they? I want to know who they is.
Oh, yeah,
They're
that's
drawing
a
these
good-
lines. Who is they?
Well, I guess when they were drawing these lines originally, the people in Darwin's day were the ones drawing the lines.
Okay, so previous scientists, not today's scientists, correct?
Well, I guess whoever they are.
So it's completely different nowadays. We have a different understanding than 150 years ago, 200 years ago.
I think he means Linnaeus and early taxonomist and modern taxonomist, and he is correct.
That's fine. All I'm trying to say is they have a vastly different understanding than Darwin did. So why bring up stuff that Darwin did? It's silly. It doesn't make any sense.
The whole concept is that you're progressing from these small sea creatures to what we observe today.
Correct.
So what they do
prove that.
Well, you can't do that. You can't look at something.
Yes, we can. You just don't believe
look at a creature. Hold on. You can look at a creature from hundreds of millions of years ago and draw a line from it to another creature, and you think that's scientific?
That's not what we're doing.
Can we phrase that?
Sorry.
That you have to. No, you're fine. I love you all. You have to understand that's a straw man, right?
Correct.
That's not. You're basically like these scientists. They just draw lines. They just feel like it. They're just like, I'm just gonna draw a line here and draw a line here. Looks good to me.
When you're talking about creatures that supposedly existed hundreds of millions of years ago, they are just kind of feeling like it at that point.
No.
Hold on.
Just 1 second. If I can make an analogy, that is like saying, well, the periodic table are just a bunch of scientists that put colored cubes down and then decided that things had these, were all related to one another along the, noble gases and solids and things like that. They just made it up. That is essentially what you're saying right now.
And I would just point out that the reason that they are in the order is not a democracy. It's not up to a vote or opinion. They are factually in that order because they come from that strata and then the cross verification of different dating methods. And then I want to go back to something I see out there, John. I see love. I see John. I see Jamie. See science films. Lots of theists. Come on, the wood is fine. If you'd like to help your brother. I know sometimes you may be in sweatpants and doing yoga, so you can't always. But if you have the chance, but I just want to ask you a few questions, Anthony, because I think science has great ways, intricate ways of explaining most of the deep questions that we have in life, like where did we come from, the diversity,
Thank you so much,
how
Dale.
did the planets, the
Hey,
stars.
Dale, thank you for the feedback.
Sending so much love, Dale. But I don't think creationism can actually answer those in any scientific means. And I'll give you an example. And we were talking about it earlier. James was teasing me. I have a goat problem. And I do not think that creationists can create a goat. And so can you walk me through that organism specifically? How would it go from nothing to goat? Was it God, nothing, goat? Is that the order? Am I straw manning you?
So now the reason they went to sheep is because they couldn't clone the goats. Is that what you're getting at?
Yes, but
Damn it,
I
Randall.
mean, it could be any animal.
So-
My problem is I don't think that creationists can answer any of the questions they're asking. So a goat, get me a goat.
All right, so
from
you're
God.
asking me. All right, basically there are two questions that come along these lines. How did, if God created the universe, how did He do it? And then if God created living things, what was the mechanism
Exactly.
that was used by God?
Yes.
Yeah.
What is the mechanism?
And I'm not going to sit here and pretend like anyone knows the answer to that question, but that's not the question we're trying to answer.
Perfect.
We're not.
I would say, I mean, that is kind of the question we're trying to answer. I would say it's our mechanism versus yours, but I don't think you have a mechanism. And I know, and I'll let you respond to that. I know that's spicy, but I want to push the question on you again. Was it God, nothing, goat? Is that the transition?
Was there a poof in between?
Is that the thing? There was God, there was nothing, and then there was a goat.
Well, I even though I'm not a biblical literalist, I think the kind of steps
Good
that
for
it
you.
makes the most sense, which was God created the earth, and then He kind of says He kind of molds things out of the dirt and then breathed life into them.
So it uses a golem spell. Okay.
And we're building a model.
We're making
so
progress.
We have a
We're getting
God.
progress.
Let's get this. So we have a God, and He starts to make organisms out of dirt. You said, and was there any other mechanism to it? Did he spoke it, right? I think.
Yeah, he spoke it, but
Piled up the dirt, then He
so
spoke and breathed.
Yeah, I think the Bible says the breath of life.
The problem with materialism is there's an aspect of this that you can't accept, which is that God would have had to animate the formed bodies with a sort of soul or spirit of some sort. And I personally believe it would have had all living organisms, including bacteria, have to have some sort of animating consciousness of some sort, or call it a spirit, call it what you will. But God...
Hang on, we're not really talking about materialism here. You're kind of putting this back on us. Whatever we believe has got nothing to do with your explanation.
Right.
So are building a model. The God spoke dirt and molded that with a soul. That's what we are doing against evolution.
What intelligent design proponents will say is that God wrote the code that is DNA. So
no,
here we go, Porpoise.
So
Strap on.
God created the information that is present currently in the genetic code and functions as the kind of blueprint for living organisms.
Oh my God!
So God wrote the code like a computer scientist, and that programs the organism from single cell to fully developed organism.
So, and you know what Matt Dillahunty said? Intelligent design is just creationism dressed up in a lab coat.
Well, but and I'll let Porpoise, because this is kind of both our
letting
field.
me finish.
Well, just it's so easy when they say it's a code, but I feel like if I were to press you on any of just syntax, like what the actual code is, how God went in there, can He make comments? Any of these type of things, I feel like it would fall down. And I also
I want to throw one question in real quick. I have one question. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just want you to prove that God wrote a code. That's it.
Junk DNA is where Junk DNA is where God commented it out during the debugging process.
As you're probably aware, the junk DNA is more and more being found to have purpose and utility by more recent discoveries. So I'm not sure how much longer this junk DNA thing is going to last.
Okay, that's not what I asked. Are you talking to me or?
I was talking to Porpoise, I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
All right. So what was your question again? I'm sorry. Flex tape.
My question. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, Porpoise. Yeah, thank you.
My only question was I'm not saying you're wrong. I just want evidence that God wrote a code. Period. That's all I want.
Well, the argument goes like this.
I don't want an argument. I want evidence. There's
and
a
it goes like this. You continue.
There's intelligent design communities will say the type of code, if you want to use that word, found in DNA is something that can only be created by an intelligent, purposeful agent.
I understand what they're saying. I want evidence to prove that. That's what I'm
Well,
looking for.
the arguments
belongs to John Maddox now.
the arguments are largely based on probability and mathematical arguments, which demonstrate that the time frames given for naturalistic mechanisms are insufficient for the accumulation of this data. So
that's still not evidence. You're just
All right.
making claims.
Yeah, you're not going to get any.
What the arguments are actually based off of is a misunderstanding of what metaphor is for. Now, I'm going to ask you a question, and it's just a yes or no question, so you can answer it easily. Is DNA Turing complete?
Can you say that one more time?
Is DNA Turing complete?
Is DNA Turing complete?
Turing.
Turing. Turing.
If you don't know what Turing complete is, that's fine.
I don't know what that is. I'm sorry to say.
But if you're going to make that argument, you're going to have to understand what that is. Yeah. Because mostly when people make this argument, they're misunderstanding that DNA is not a computer programming code. It doesn't make the same decisions computer code will. It's not branching. And one of the things, I'm not saying you're doing it, but one of the things creationists love to do is confuse the definitions of data and information informatics.
Absolutely.
Well, you would acknowledge that the way that DNA codons specify amino acid segments of proteins functions much like a computer choosing letters in a paragraph or something like that.
No.
Computers don't choose letters.
I would acknowledge we use the way DNA pairs up to use that in DNA computing because we use DNA to make logic gates, but DNA is a chemical. It operates based on the laws of chemistry. The fact that we can make chemical computers does not make DNA a chemical computer.
Here's the problem. It sounds like you're about to ask a question. So what's going to happen is Anthony's going to ask that question, and only one lucky skeptic is going to answer, because then we have to get our Jamie and Clockwork Rex in.
Well, I just want to say something about when you really go down to the architecture of a computer. It's working on flip-flops, basically. Now, computer code is not run by the CPU. It's just not, right? What is run is instructions. It's zeros and ones, which when I say zeros and ones, that's still a code because it's not zeros and ones. It's either a flip-flop closed or flip-flop open.
Exactly. It's electrical voltages, basically.
It's electrical, and it works on a fetch, execute, store cycle. So it fetches an instruction, executes it, stores the result. DNA in no way works anything like this. Now, there are some very surprising similarities between computing and DNA and how it works, but you can't sort of make an analogy between the two. They're very, very different in some ways.
Well, you can make a metaphor to help people understand this is...
Right. But I mean, an analogy is different than a metaphor.
Anthony, you got one comment or question. If you ask a question, I have to let a skeptic answer it. But then after, I'm going to bring people in.
All right, I'll leave after that.
Oh no, and
I
would say you don't have to. And I know at least Jamie is a theist, so you do have at least some backup coming.
I can talk quickly about the CPUs because I did machine language programming when I was a kid. So my understanding with the processors dealing with instructions, it's something like an array. It's an indexed branch to executing that instruction. So and then the instruction does more decision making, and I don't believe that happens in DNA at all.
No, it doesn't.
And so, Anthony, the floor is yours. Right. Last comment. You don't have to leave. We're just pulling more people in.
All right, that's fair. First of all, before I respond to the DNA arguments, I just want to say I wanted to ask you. Well, I probably shouldn't even say that because it'll get us off on another topic, so I'll just ignore it. But when it comes, is DNA a code? Will you all yield that what DNA essentially does is function as an instruction manual for the assembly of the physical components of living organisms. Is that not what it does? Function,
Let me answer this one, I think. Yes, DNA is a code, but I'm specifying
This gonna be
computer
the
code
last word on it.
specifically.
I think it depends on the definition of a code. I think that if you're comparing it to computing, it acts more like an instruction set than a code. And it's not analogous even then.
And on that note, we are going to bring in R.
Sorry, I'd like to have one clarifying point. The instruction set will be presented in a form called code, and I think that's where the confusion is.
Woo-hoo. Thank you, Randolph. And
the coding area for the instruction set, Randolph, is our understanding of it. Like when you take assembly and say that's the code for add, the actual arrangement of the binary systems, the flip-flops, isn't the code. It's actually our interpretation of it.
Unless I'm mistaken,
Anna?
Amy is also a computer scientist.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would say that I am front-end oriented with a good amount of expertise in the back end too.
Oh, hello.
Or sea science out
as
there.
well
He
as,
was getting,
and I guess what I'm
sea
saying
science
there
is
is
getting
web
flatlined out
expertise, but still, yeah.
by Stupid Whore Energy. She's got sea science on the ropes.
Oh my.
Besides
But
they're battling it out.
Amy, put up Leo's comment real quick if you can. I think that's a great explanation.
DNA is not a code. DNA is a molecule. The relationship between codon triplets in DNA and the protons to which they correspond is a code. That being said, that's a loose usage of code.
Yeah.
See, you're getting close. We eventually have to let Anthony respond, but I want to give our a chance to give his intro.
Oh, I can wait. Anthony can respond.
Anthony,
no, I'm good. I've basically said my point, and if there's someone new, let me know. I'm good. Actually, let me just outro here. I appreciate the conversation, and maybe I'll be back.
for coming on.
Well, we'd love to have
you
you
so
back.
very
You were
much,
very
Anthony.
nice and respectful. Thank you.
I know it's very it can get spicy. I know it's high tense because the ratio to from we'll say skeptics to creationists could sometimes be uneven, but sometimes it gets 50-50, and a few times we've even had more creationists than skeptics. So keep on coming back. We like having people give their point of views. In fact, I'll let you shill what you got going on, and what are your final words? We have been Midnight Ranting on the Hominid Fossil Record.
I'm just someone who I don't have anything going. I just, I'm interested in these things. I've found these channels, and I see you all having the combo, so I just thought I would jump in and give my 2 cents. So I appreciate you all having me on.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here, R. Thank you for being here, Anthony. My brain just got dyslexic for a second. And R, thank you for joining us.
Hello.
We are Midnight Ranting on the Hominid Fossil Record. How are you, and what are your thoughts about the debate and the topic?
Well, I didn't actually see the specific debate, as I'm not currently interested in watching SFT, to be honest. But I did.
Point.
Yeah. I'm actually kind of sad at the moment, though, because I was hoping I could discuss the whole phylogenetics thing with Anthony, but unfortunately he just left, so I guess I'll just share my thoughts in general.
Say that, and I'm going to let you finish. But Pseudonym, I think, also behind deck, is a theist coming on. And I will shout out Jamie Russell. I saw you were backstage. If you have something going on, I know in lots of streams, it's like, oh, you're a coward if you don't join. No, people got life going on. That's kind of what people make podcasts for, so you can do life and listen to them. However, Jamie Russell, if you want to come by and say whatever it is on your mind, come on. The water's fine. But yeah, R.
He won't bite.
Unless you're into that. But we are talking the Hominid Fossil Record.
Is it my turn? Sorry.
Absolutely.
Anything you
Anything
wanna
you want to
say,
say? If you just want to say yes, no, I told you so.
Yeah. I guess what I was going to try to respond to was the claim he was making that these relationships that we're depicting via these phylogenetic trees are, well, he kind of used the Hovind phrase lines on paper, basically, and that kind of made it sound like they're completely arbitrary, basically, and that they're subjective to the user, which was kind of the case at one point earlier in the 20th century, but nowadays it is extremely repeatable and testable. I guess one thing I would say is that even
Hey, Wes.
with like the fossil record, for example, you can oh, sorry, were you gonna say something?
No, you're keep going.
Oh, okay. That you can say get the same tree topologies from different computer analyses, and then that's kind of one thing I like to push back on this whole arbitrary talking point is if they were arbitrary, why would the computer analyses be giving the same results every time, or pretty much every time?
Well,
So
because computer programmers are perverse people and wanted to screw people over and make them think the wrong thing. Duh.
yeah,
Well, I do know computer programmers like that, but no, that's not why the computers are doing it.
right.
I feel personally attacked.
Yeah. Yeah, F you, Mark,
Mark.
directly.
And
do minimal programming. I'm not really a programmer.
Bend over.
Ow.
Kent's got the 15-footer.
oh my. And on that note, we are going to add in Clockwork Rex and then pseudonym.
Can I say something just quickly? Just
Go
quickly. Just with the idea of like we're not science deniers. Could you say the same if you were denying germ theory? Could you say the same if you were denying gravity? When does it become you're a science denier if you're denying an entire school of thought?
Well, I
keep
would
on
note that
saying
there
it.
are at some point people who deny both of those things.
I think Anthony's main problem was he needs to learn more critical thinking skills. And
It was
maybe
a nice guy, though, and I really appreciate that he came into a whole bunch of people that disagreed with him. That takes
He at least stood his ground and dealt with the questions.
And on that note, we are going to add in Clockwork Rex. What is up, Clockwork Rex?
Clockwork
we are
Rex.
Midnight Ranting on the Hominid Fossil Record. That's right.
Say
Hope
that
you
3
are
times fast.
doing well.
Yeah.
And what are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, let me say hello to everybody in the stream and in the chat. I'm not very knowledgeable in biology, but I'm pretty sure that the people who are know what they're talking about.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, I know astronomy and I know physics down to the quark level. Now, if you want to talk to me about quantum physics, no, that's too much math for me. So, but yeah, DNA is not a code like a computer code.
Right.
They're two totally separate things.
Yeah.
Oh, they act like, and I'll say this and we'll just get pseudonym in. And thank you so much, Clockwork. They act like God is sitting there changing each genome and was like, whoa. Oh, I'm sorry. Control Z. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I broke it. No, that is not what's happening.
I was getting ready to say that. If intelligent design is a thing, then why does DNA break and people get cancer or like a genetic disease or something like that?
Oh, well, a rib woman ate fruit from the wrong tree, so God had to make us mortal. So he had to make us be susceptible to all these diseases, so he could rain death and destruction down on humanity as retribution.
I can already tell people's voices. They want to say something. Say it quickly, and then we're getting pseudonym in.
Listen, snake.exe was the first computer virus.
And
No, it
on
was the
that,
apple. It was the apple that broke everything. That's what did it.
Applegate, yeah.
We're going to have to come up with that ridiculous sort of de-evolution kind of thing, or genetic entropy, which is not a thing that actually exists. It was made up by creationists.
I will say,
I guess you could say Adam and Eve didn't agree or didn't follow the Apple terms and conditions.
Thanks for coming on, Andrew.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming on, Andrew. Woohoo! And there is an emoji. If you are a channel member, a shout out chill to all of our lovely channel members who have access to the badges that evolve. And
Hello.
we are getting ready to get more emojis posted for our lovely channel members. And I can't help myself, but one of them is going to be a Applegate, which is going to be a snake with glasses in front of a sunglasses in front of an apple at basically a press conference, because hashtag Applegate. It's where it all went downhill with this damn snake. And I mean, that sounds like science, right, guys?
I mean, if the talking snake told you something,
Exactly.
I mean,
I'd listen.
Not a regular snake, but if it had legs, I mean, that's basically a scientist.
what if it was also a vegetarian?
Exactly, a
snake?
vegetarian talking snake. And on that note, we're going to add in the spice continues, and he who controls the spice controls the universe. What?
Yeah.
I said we are Midnight Ranting on the Hominid Fossil Record. Welcome, pseudonym. What are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about?
Well, thank you for having me on. Amy, you look
Welcome back.
spectacular as always. James, great debate. Mark Reid, you were
Thanks, pseudonym.
you were definitely a spectacle in the chat. Randolph,
Is that good or bad?
Randolph, please, on this day of my daughter's wedding, use your feet to make this cabinet.
Thank you. I'm doing the best. We're almost done. I have to make the drawer after this, so we're making great progress.
That was just my respects to an actual godfather. The person with the green Band-Aid. Hello, nice to meet you. Beamsy, we had this talk
Corpus.
about crystals. Corpus, I'm sorry. I apologize.
She's a very sinister porpoise at that.
Hello.
Well, I will say you have my dressing.
Thank you. Clockwork, hello. But overall, I think it was a good debate. I did like James and where he stepped forward and kind of addressed some of Kant's script, I guess you can say, where he addressed that limits. You can have cows jumping over the moon. You knew that his next sentence was, if there were pigs that can grow as large as Texas.
Yeah.
So I think you got him on his actual script. Maybe if you were Atheist Junior, maybe you could have predicted, because I feel like I've heard his speech plenty of times. But I think you got him on just the back and forth. Even though I don't necessarily agree with the whole evolution, I think you did good in the debate. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, pseudonym. I appreciate the support.
Fair enough. And see, this is why I don't. Well, yeah, and this is why I don't talk to flat earthers anymore, because that shit is dumb. I mean, I'm sorry for the French, but that shit is just dumb. The Earth is not fucking flat.
According to you.
Creationists kind of remind me of the flat earthers a lot, and they make the same kind
So
of
similar.
Indeed.
very similar arguments. Just one is
Kent got triggered a little bit when I pointed that out.
Oh my.
It's true. You know, they'll talk about gravity in the same way that the creationists talk about evolution. It's almost identical sort of lines of argumentation. I don't see a lot of difference between the arguments.
Listen, you can't tell me that you wouldn't love to watch a creationist and a young Earth creationist and a flat earther go about it just because you want to watch that train wreck.
Oh,
You have no idea.
I would pay good money to watch Kent Hovind debate someone like Nathan Thompson, a really rousing.
You would have to use science
for
the first time. It'd be amazing. Amazing.
Maybe
It would be
you can do this.
Dumpster fire that you could warm your heart with. It really would. It would be awesome.
It would be almost
that
would warm Amy's girl day.
That would be a train wreck full of dumpster fires. Yeah, it would be both combined, and you couldn't look away.
Tornadoes going through junkyards.
Well, I think that would be an ad hominem because I myself am a flat earther and I don't necessarily think it has to do anything with
Done.
No, you're not. Are you serious?
Come on.
Are you really a flat earther? Or are you
sorry,
being funny?
I don't have a lot of respect for the flat earther arguments. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine, but I'm just throwing love out there. But I just didn't think that it had.
You're a
anything to do
real
with,
flat earther?
You actually think the Earth is flat?
I mean, yeah, but aside the topic from there, I'm just.
But besides that,
showing.
Besides that, wow.
A lot of love.
Is the flat Earth in religious beliefs? Is it anchored in religious?
Mark, you beat me to it. If anyone had asked a science question, my head would have exploded. But that's the correct question.
We should probably ask if he's a real flat earther, like the moon landing is real.
Hey, we've learned all kinds of interesting things on this channel.
Yeah.
I would say that's all I want to know. Is it a scientific or a theological position?
It becomes theological because people used to believe it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
You believe it because the Bible says.
It sounds like that's what he's saying. It's religion.
Fair enough.
Look, nothing is going to be weirder than that guy that has sex with Jesus.
That was amazing.
That was on another level. Nothing will approach it. My life is complete. Beautiful.
And you know the best part about that, Mark, is he lives in the same place you do.
I don't find that comforting, Bird.
I know.
This man probably votes. Have you thought about that?
I just want to know what. He's touching my head right now.
Oh no, Porpoise finish.
I just want to know one thing from that stream. Did we ever learn what his safe word?
Oh my goodness, did we not?
It's put it in my hands.
Touching my head right now.
Do we want to have a few guesses around that?
It's orange jello.
Whoa.
And
wow.
moving forward, we're gonna turn the spice up naturally. Though this makes me question because you are confirming we're just pulling PhDs from our butt. John Vance, Dr. Kevin. Who knows what your superhero name is?
Hey, I'm a doctor too, Amy. Respect me.
That's what I mean.
Amy's chucking gallons of gasoline into the dumpster, and we're about to light that bitch up.
And then I'll put my one asterisk of why it really annoys me, why this lack of accreditation, nonsense, and then we'll bring in the opposing viewpoint. More opposing, because we want all the creationists. Come on. But then they take pot shots, not to get political, because it shouldn't be. Dr. Jill Biden is a doctor because she has a doctorate. That is all you need to be a doctor. And if you think that you need to be a medical doctor to be a doctor, and that's your argument, you're an idiot. You are probably the layperson that they are trying to talk about. So, just sending love to all the people who actually have degrees from accredited universities out there. Near and dear to my heart, because this podcast was created not too far from the University of Delaware, ladies and gentlemen. I have a Wilmington University degree, the largest city in Delaware. So sending love out there.
I mean,
there's often an exception to a lot of these rules, and one exception comes to mind is chiropractics.
Nonsense.
That's 100% true. You better stop it, Randall.
That's right. But we're gonna bring in Dr. John Kevin B. Vance.
What is this doctorate in?
Awesomology.
Oh,
We are
strangest field of
as we
awesomology.
continue.
You know what's funny is
Prostitution
no one
studies.
has asked what my doctorate is in, and I'm kind of getting mad about it.
Yeah, we don't care.
Like I
Brad.
said,
we
I
don't
thought
care.
I thought your doctorate was just naturally
No,
in floodology.
no.
I assumed it was
Okay. Okay. Oh
ortho-
wait, I'm
Ornithology.
taking the bait like a worm.
Thank you.
What is your degree?
My doctorate is in the oratory of bovine feces. Thank you so
Oh
much.
goddess.
Wow.
And we
Bovine
just
fecal
said love
studies.
to everyone eating out
Talking bullshit.
there. Talking
That
bullshit,
sounds like
ladies
BS
and
to me.
gentlemen.
Exactly. I love it.
But, and on that transition, me? No. The person below you, Dr. Kevin something and much, sending love.
Welcome
How are
aboard,
you?
Doctor.
We are Midnight Ranting on the Fossil Record. I'm sending so much. I hope you're doing well.
We are
And
all Def
what
Leppard fans
are
now.
you- exactly. What are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Yeah, I just kind of just ironically just used the doctor title today because I've heard what causes tumors and I maybe I could bring a different perspective on
Oh
things.
boy, I'm ready for it.
Maybe
My
I'd be a
body's ready.
doctor in naturopathic medicine, or maybe I'll do it one day. But so basically, cancer cells, I guess tumors, they feed off of a lack of like alkaline in your body. There we go. Alkaline in your
Here
body.
we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah. And so basically, if you have a lack of alkaline in your body, that gives it the environment for the tumors to grow.
Okay.
And so there's two ways that you can remedy the situation.
Only
One
two?
is you can go on like an extreme fast where you don't eat anything. You just
We're back
basically
to
drink like
intermittent
kale
fasting.
smoothies
So you hold your
for
own
like a couple months. Get rid of the cancer, the tumor cancer.
Oh, that's all
Or
it takes?
you could, yeah.
Okay.
Or you could, there's different ways that you could,
Apricot
I guess,
seed?
stop the blood flow or stop cancerous cells. Like you could take like ashwagandha. I would look that up.
Are you saying
That's probably
ayahuasca?
helps
Because
too.
I've taken ayahuasca.
But yeah, chemotherapy was,
I doubt it.
it was discovered. It basically, like chemotherapy. I'm just trying to think. Chemotherapy was, it's been said to basically kill your immune system. Erode the immune system.
It
And
attacks healthy cells as well as
yeah,
cancer cells. So
yeah.
just hope you
Like you can
outlive
get rid of the cells, but the thing is like it.
You know that
it destroys all
chemotherapy
your
is
healthy immune cells.
a lot more
Pardon?
specific. You know, chemotherapy is a lot more specifically targeted now with newer technology, right?
Well, I know they have immunotherapies, which are not.
Yeah, there's different types of therapies,
Yeah,
but
it's improved a lot.
yeah,
They're-
I guess it
more-
just depends upon the stage you're in, but just in general, if it's, I guess
And
just
yet,
depends on what you have.
I
But
feel
usually,
like you're building up to something. We got
Can I just put
tumors,
down the
ayahuasca.
disclaimer? I just
Hey,
want to
hey,
put
hey,
down the
hey.
disclaimer. None of us are medical doctors, and if you are wondering about medical treatments, to seek a medical professional. Go ahead.
yeah,
Excuse me, Mark.
yeah.
I played one on TV.
I'm just playing a doctor on a stream.
Let him get to the point where he's going to tell us to mainline oven cleaner.
Yeah, or
Your
drink your own
cancer.
urine.
That's right. All right.
It's one of my alter egos I'm playing today.
But we're ready for the pitch. Keep on building. We're building.
Amy likes to pitch and catch. Come on.
okay. Here's another idea. And I know in the Bible it says, when you believe upon me, God, Christians would be the Trinity, but it doesn't necessarily. There's actually not too many mentions of the Trinity, but believe upon the God. 100, you will live 100 years. Even if you die 100 years, it'll be considered a young life. So when I kind of think about it, it's like, well, okay, we're like made of thoughts, right? So if you're thinking
What?
like negative
Made of
thoughts,
thoughts.
yeah.
Made of
If you're
thoughts.
thinking
Just let it
negative
go.
thoughts,
Just let it go.
no, I'm serious. I'm serious.
Okay.
So if you are like angry all the time, right? That creates like stress, right? And then from stress that diminishes your health.
No.
Yeah,
No.
Let him go.
it's true.
Let him go.
Let him go.
And so if you have over time, if you have a more, I guess you could say, at ease mindset and raise your vibration up, you can live a long time and you won't age as much.
You say vibration?
Yes, raise your vibration. We are all vibrational creatures.
I'm about to get my crystals.
I also
Yeah,
read a book.
I have crystals. I have.
Can I butt in and
I do
actually
have
point out the
crystals, yeah.
stupidity of something that he said before?
I think
Go
this
ahead,
is an
Beansy.
act. It's supposed to be funny.
I'm
By
pretty
all
sure it was
means.
an act.
You're going to have to be more specific, Beamsy.
The aspect of having alkalinity in your body.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what alkalinity is?
So alkaline is basically like it's in your.
Let me give you
So you have no idea what you're saying.
Alkaline,
Yeah.
neutral, acidic.
Like a
help?
water, like a liquid, like
No.
subs, like it's a molecule in a
Can I
liquid.
ask an important
water.
set of
Alkaline
questions?
is the opposite of acidity, dude. What is?
Yeah.
A very important
Acid
set of
base.
questions. If
Yes.
you said we're made of vibrations, are we
Yes.
able
Oh,
to
shit.
turn the setting up on our vibrations?
Stuart.
I think
Pardon?
either
Are we able to turn the setting up on our vibrations?
Absolutely.
as long as your
Okay,
batteries have been
can I then say, just taking that to the logical conclusion, can you just get that vibration just right to the point where you're like,
Yeah.
Like,
that's really what I'm looking for. Just gonna put
It's
that on the
complicated.
table.
It's like, I understand, like, in theist circles, it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna like ascend, and I'm just gonna turn into nothing. I guess that'd be the
one
more
way of
Buddhist.
putting it.
But I guess
Welcome,
maybe
Will.
you have to like ground yourself too. You can't,
to see
you know,
you, man.
you can't
I'm
think of
grounded.
ascending. But if you when you
grounded.
ground
Well, before
yourself,
you make a computer, I feel like that's a very important rule.
If I vibrate
grounding,
and
yeah,
it's
grounding's very important. Yes.
climax,
Yes.
that's my question.
I have a question that will relate to your doctorate. What's the best way after the Tower of Babel to not have your language confounded and build a Bronze Age submarine?
Sorry, what was that?
She would like to know some Tower of Babel logistics.
Yeah.
Science.
Oh, the Tower of Babel logistics.
I know you have to be Jewish for this to work, but because you need to go to sell to the Americas, and then you need to repeat the same story later.
Uh-huh.
But how do you like not have your language confounded at the Tower of Babel and then go build a Bronze Age submarine?
I don't even know. Understand.
Yeah, we know.
Cricket.
We get it.
I
It's
don't get
okay. It made just as much sense when I originally read the Book of Mormon.
She's just
Yeah.
she's just trying to point how silly it is that there could be a reason for confounding language, like a god got kind of triggered by the fact that humans were working together and just like bop this tower down, and then somehow everyone forgot how to speak the same
Oh,
I'm
I
not
see.
Sure
I see. Okay. Okay.
how that works.
Actually,
Okay.
I think the Bronze Age
Yeah,
submarine
there's
is
a
the funnier
lot
part of that
to the
story.
Tower of Babel.
that
So
too.
basically, the Tower of Babel is that we rejected the God, rejected the Ten Commandments,
that wasn't
rejected the
the
covenant, and that includes the church as well too.
Mhm.
And the story is that they wanted to build a tower up into the heavens to replace God's law with their own. But what happened is that when the tower fell and crooked, it scattered apart, and basically everyone was talking these different languages. Well, not different languages, but they were talking the same language, but they were talking past each other. So it's just basically everyone was having different presuppositions. So that's basically it right there.
So basically, what it was a late night podcast panel where they're all talking over each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just basically talking over each other. Yeah, that's the basically like the layman like explanation I can get into it. But yeah, it also has to do with like the Ten Commandments and not following it, and basically building up into to replace the heavens.
Man,
So and that
you
God
live under the
got
Ten
angry
Commandments?
and it fell.
You live under the Ten Commandments?
Hmm?
You live under the Ten Commandments?
But also under
What?
the sea.
I said,
do I
you
keep
live
the covenant?
under you live under the Ten Commandments rules.
The Ten Commandments?
Right.
Yes, what about them?
I said you live under those rules, right?
To the best I can. I mean, I'm not perfect, but
Why?
Because of faith and a calling that I have.
But didn't Jesus come to get rid of all that?
Jesus came as a messenger of God. I'm not going to conflate Jesus as a god, but Jesus
really?
from the no, he's not a god.
Wow, you don't think Jesus
No,
is?
I don't know. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is the Tower of Babel? I'm feeling right now because your questions are kind of weird,
Right, when it
and I'm
came
trying to
to
understand where you're coming
Ooh,
from, and I don't know
wait,
how to answer
why
them.
are
So
they
that's all
weird?
why I'm like,
We
it's kind
agree on
of
something.
weird
I don't
questions.
You've never
Right.
read the Book of Mormon.
Yeah.
And hey,
Why is it weird to talk about Jesus? I don't understand.
Well, no, it's just your questions are kind of like I don't understand the context of it, your presupposition, and so I can't really accurately answer your question. So I just don't really. I don't know. Maybe can you explain the context of the what do you mean by keeping the Ten Commandments?
Right. So my point was, didn't Jesus come back to get rid of the Ten Commandments, or am I mistaken? I might be mistaken.
Did Jesus come back to get rid of the Ten Commandments?
Did he come on Earth? Correct.
To get rid of them?
Correct. He brought a new law with him, right? He was the new law.
That would be. No, he was a messenger of the. Well, the messenger. I'm not quite sure on the exact specifics on it, but basically,
Are you a
it was the
Christian?
messengers that were.
he is a Muslim.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I thought you were.
No, yeah. No,
Okay.
I don't have
Okay,
this
so
idea that Jesus was the creator of the universe, and that's.
But I will say,
Hey, just to say, I think we should go back to the topic at hand, like whether you think we come from a common ancestor or not. I think that would
I
probably
apologize. I thought you were a Christian. That's my bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just like I know there's different prophets, and I believe it was. I'm trying to think. Moses that wrote this on the Ten Commandments on the stone, and then Jesus came, and well,
can I ask?
the Muslims have a different view of Jesus in that instead of God impregnating Mary, it was just that God just said let it be because God is because it's not a gender person. So it just said let it be, and then so since they let it be, God Allah. I hate using the word God, but
Mary came to him,
Allah
speaking words of wisdom.
cast down the will, and Mary was pregnant.
I'm about to take it back on topic, but I do want to know, do you think there's a lot of prophets in being a prophet?
And where did Allah get that authority to do all that?
Where did Allah get the authority? Is sending down the messengers and living out the covenant. and how humans have a free will to either they can choose to live by the covenant or not,
Humans
and
don't
that
have
there's
free will.
specific consequences by living it for it and against it.
Humans don't have free will, by the way.
Do you know what
Well,
a poe
Humans
is?
don't have free will?
No,
Well,
100% no.
And Mark, can
That's
I
good.
tell you what the hardest thing is? One of the
What's that?
hardest thing is
It's just
that,
like you make a broad,
Is what? Sorry. No,
sweeping
just a second,
statement,
just a second.
and it's
What was
just
that
like,
name?
it's just like, oh, I debunked free will. Well,
Yeah.
okay,
but
Yeah,
I've
that doesn't
met
make any sense.
Makes complete sense.
many
Go ahead.
young Earth creationists, and it's like they all straddle that line. That's the brilliancy
Yeah.
of it.
Well, that's
It's hard
Poe's
to
law,
tell.
right?
That is
Is
Poe's,
everyone
exactly.
familiar with Poe's law? Is everyone familiar with that? Does everyone know what that is?
He's not coming off as a Poe because I don't.
No,
I don't think he's a
I don't
I
think he's
do.
a Poe. Well, it's hard to tell
It is
even
hard
with
to
a real
tell.
Poe, because that's the
Well,
point of a Poe.
That's Poe's law.
but,
It's basically it's almost indistinguishable between somebody who just has really weird ideas and somebody who is actually making.
It's like a Turing test. We
Yeah.
can't quite. What I do want to take it back because John doesn't believe that we are apes. If I do believe, so we really do have someone, as far as I can tell. I don't know what your views are, Pseudonym, but I mean, I would like to give both of you as much time as you need to make a point, and we'll have anything to talk. Something. If you, why don't you think we're apes, Kevin, John? Do you? I mean, am I straw manning you? Do you not? Are we apes? I had you wrong.
Are we
Ralph
what?
here doesn't think so.
Apes?
Are we apes?
Ape together strong.
Yeah, that's I don't know. I don't know if I really no.
I mean, it's a yes or no question.
Ooh,
No,
you were
I said
so
no.
close. I know. I would have. I'll be honest with you. I would have been almost happier if I don't know. But I'll
There's
no.
a
Okay.
different connotation when you say these things
No, there's not.
and it's
Well,
just
can I
like
ask
and then
you?
you
Okay.
spend probably countless hours, and I mean you're free to do that, but to me, I don't know. I just kind of just wanted to come on and just kind of just throw in my 2 cents, and then maybe I'll just leave early tonight. But yeah, I'm just not really into the mood of getting into the weeds of a theory that's very hard to prove.
No,
It's just like it's almost like trying to prove,
Gravity.
that
the evidence
we are
is overwhelming that evolution is a fact. It's overwhelming.
sure, yeah, whatever you want to say. But I guess the problem I have is there's missing links of like information and of the atmosphere, and it's just like I'm not even a scientist, and I already can find holes in the theory. So
what are the missing
it's
links?
kind of like
What's
it's
one
it's
hole
all
you
it's
found?
all kind of scientism. It's just scientism.
What's one hole you found? Come on, just one.
The atmosphere, the origin of what came first,
No,
chicken
just
and the
one,
egg,
just one.
abiogenesis. We talked about last night.
I smell troll.
Abiogenesis is not part of evolution. Let's go back to the atmosphere. What's the hole in the atmosphere? And don't say the ozone layer, because I would make that joke.
Yeah.
He may just say it.
Are you saying
so
that because we have an oxygen atmosphere, therefore evolution can't happen, or something like that?
Yeah, it's just there's just a lot of holes I can't really
Just one. I don't
can't
care if
like
there's a lot,
figure
just
out
one.
like why you would think that we evolved from a plant into
we didn't evolve from a
into a
plant.
fish,
Well, can
into
we
a
freeze
bird,
that?
into a
That's a straw man.
reptile,
just one
into
hole,
a
please.
into
Just one.
amphibian.
Focus.
Hold on.
You know?
Go back to the atmosphere thing. What is?
Oh my god!
How does the atmosphere disprove evolution?
Well, there has to be a certain atmosphere, and we're the only planet in our galaxy anyway that's observable that we have a livable atmosphere. So you
We're not
have
the
to
only
have a
planet.
certain environment in order for even a phenomenon of abiogenesis to come onto the scene.
Oh.
And so I guess that's maybe my hang up
You do know the early Earth did
and maybe pardon?
Sorry. You didn't know the early Earth did not have the same atmosphere we do today, right?
I understand that, but it's it still doesn't really explain the other planets and what's happening in the other planets. So it's not some immutable law of the universe that life is like this, but you're only explaining a certain
We need to
life
bring you
form
back
in one
because you haven't
planet. You're
really
not
answered the question
explaining
yet.
like the rotation around the sun. You're
We
not
need to
explaining
bring
the
you
other
back
planets.
because you're trying to go away from the question. How does the atmosphere disprove evolution?
The atmosphere, because there has to be a certain environment in order for, it's like a petri disk. You have to have a certain environment for certain things to interact with each other to get a reaction.
We have
And
found
also vibrations too.
There's no vibration.
Everything is vibration. It's like a double slit experiment.
Oh, there are vibrations. It's just they require double A's.
All right.
Yeah.
You know.
And also,
Hold on,
I just like I kind of like think of like the double slit experiment. It's just
All right,
like
okay,
so I have
we're
maybe
not
a
going there.
different
Nope,
view
Nope.
on like the creation of life.
I have a question for you again.
Okay.
Do you know that we found amino acids on? I think we found them on Titan, but we've also found them on comets. And those are organic
I'm
molecules.
sure you could find similar
Comets do not have an
things.
atmosphere.
I'm not saying that you can't find similar things. I'm not saying that you can make Mars inhabitable, but
Actually, I'm not
I
sure
guess
we
maybe
could.
it was just the term of abiogenesis and evolution.
Here's
and,
my
and
problem.
also the
Can we stop for one
things.
second? Because we could keep on talking science. Well, I want to go back to. I would
scientism.
Well, it's just they never finish the sentence. Like they bring up as if there's something here. But I would just throw the ball back. The atmosphere exists, therefore what? Therefore
you can have plant life and evolution of plants and
Exactly.
Yeah. So what does that have to do with a god?
Yeah.
So what does it have to do with other animals? How do you get a plant from
No.
from an
She
animal?
asked the question, not you.
Well, I
Answer
could
her question.
answer, but yeah, I want to know.
Oh, evolution! Yay! I mean, God.
Yay,
You could say that God created evolution.
Okay, honestly, can I
that's
tell
fine.
you?
Good.
Just like many
Or
of
Yeshua.
the skeptic theists that come on here, like in the atheist versus theist battle, sure, I'm trying to get you past the DS line. But when we're arguing science, there's just, are you going to accept the facts or not? I mean, Beamsy as a pagan, I hate to keep on using him as the lovely, fantastic example, and yet he's a geologist, and so
Yeah,
he wants to
I
just
just
get people to accept
honestly, it's like I just have questions and
Oh, sure.
and I just don't see it. I just don't see the theories really. I have a hard time. I have a hard time with like sentient beings. I have a hard time with sentient beings and plants and how that evolution came to be. And it's just kind of like I understand that animals are different creatures than
of course
than plants, but it's just like I just maybe the thing is I have like abiogenesis like
but can I
is
offer now the
evolution as well too?
No,
and
it's not
so
you're saying, but can I freeze that once again? You're saying I have a hard time, and honestly, it's valid to say I have a hard time putting it all together. I have a hard time seeing it to a certain point. I think after, not right now, but maybe after you get explained. But do you think that there is a better explanation? As in, like, how do you think you're talking about plants and animals? When it comes to your model that I would say you're putting forward, are we going back to the dirt and the voice and the talking? So, I mean, we have, I'll give my diversity model really quickly. Single-celled organisms, multi-celled organisms. The first multi-celled organisms that really started to conquer were the plants that got these photosynthetic cells because they were just so dominant. Fungus and animals had to be a reaction to them and came later. So once again, that's our model, and then we have and then we have the religious model over here, which is we had God, and he had two different, I guess, piles of dirt, and he spoke one of these piles of dirt into plants, and we spoke one of these piles of dirts into animals, and those are the two models we are comparing. Tell me if I'm straw manning you.
No, that's fine. I just wanted just to get my 2 cents in. I honestly didn't want to get into the weeds of science and all that stuff. I'm reading scripture right now, so I'm not reading a science book, and I'm doing some other things. So I do know a little bit about science, and I do know how to question things, and you know, if honestly I have a rule, if something is so complicated, so basically maybe it's too big of an expectation for me, but usually somebody who knows their subject really well can turn complicated things and make it more digestible, and I just don't see it in this
and can
I
tell you,
and you guys can flaunt, oh look, I'm so smart, but really it just doesn't really come across as that. It comes across as a form of like underlying arrogance a little bit. But I could be wrong. But that's basically, you know, my stance on it. And it's just it's really hard to get me to connect to it, you know, of plants and evolution, abiogenesis and evolution. It's and then you have the atmosphere. It's too many random factors in there. And I'm not saying, you know, science is not a worthwhile endeavor, but it's almost like you guys come in from like a philosophical standpoint of saying,
can you shut up for a second?
Please, I just want to freeze it. I want to freeze it because I just want to point out that one of the hallmarks of design is simplicity. It's one of the reasons that we know life was not created, because it is complex. And so I just want to really put a linchpin in there as a contrast.
I think there's something that needs to be stated here, because a lot of people get this wrong. While a hallmark of good design is simplicity, it's not necessary. And a hallmark of bad design is beyond necessary complex. It's not a scientific thing to say if something is absurdly complex, it's not designed. It's just we're applying an engineering principle because we make things. We have the KISS principle, to keep it stupid principle.
And I would almost say complexity seems to be the hallmark of time. As you utilize something, you tend to need more complex systems. As you utilize things, they tend to get more complex. And then you kind of oftentimes have to resimplify them. But I agree, utilization, complexity doesn't mean it wasn't designed. But I would, but we actually can say that, like Porpoise was saying, good design, the hallmark is simplicity.
Right.
So I agree with you.
So
Dr. John.
Yeah, so basically, I guess because I guess I'm more of a philosophical mind. So basically, if you have something that's very complex, as long as you have like a foundation that you can agree upon, I could definitely, you know, maybe branch out my knowledge from there, right? I mean, that's just how my mind works, maybe. But I guess some people's mind, they get caught up in the complexity of it itself. There's not really much of a foundation there. It's just kind of, and then you ask the basic fundamental questions, and it just falls apart. And so that's just basically my critique of abiogenesis and evolution and how it ties in. It doesn't compute, right? So
you understand
I mean, you guys can, you know. Dude, you could say, "Oh, I'm stupid" or whatever, but I'm just saying, you know, it's good. It's good to, you know, actually connect the dot. Like if you can come back and connect the dots.
Let's stop.
Explain it where I could maybe like think about it, and maybe that might be true. But
can I get a fucking word in?
Just like,
hey, doctor, can I get a word in? Science is a philosophy. Science is a philosophy.
Science is a principle.
It's a philosophy
So you guys
It's a principle.
because it changes.
I'd say it's a
Philosophy
process.
changes, science changes. I had a talk with somebody about this a long time ago, and he convinced me that science was a philosophy.
Yeah.
And you do know that in science, there's a difference between theory and hypothesis. A hypothesis is a guess. A theory has been proven, like the theory of gravity. If you think gravity is a hypothesis, climb up on your roof and jump off. See if it's just a guess. Yeah.
Rex, I think you might be looking for the word ideology.
Just a disclaimer: don't actually do that.
Yeah.
And also sending love to Harry Penis, praise God, the 99 cents, sending a poop emoji, sending so much love, Harry. Great having you out there.
I think that's what he thinks of Dr. Kevin's line of reasoning.
Hey man, I got a question.
Yeah.
I want to ask this. Hold on. I want to ask this real quick. You do understand that evolution and abiogenesis are not the same thing, right?
But you need the two to interact.
No,
I always
no,
say,
no,
like,
no,
you
you
always
don't.
need, like, kind of,
no.
you need the
No, you
plants.
No,
you
you
need
do
the,
not.
Right.
No,
you
you
need,
do
well,
not.
it's
I will
life,
stop you right there.
unlife.
No, they are
Animals
not
eat
synonymous.
dead things too.
Hold on.
And
No.
so you need
No.
two. They're not totally separate. So I guess this is
They're
maybe the problem
totally
with
separate.
scientism.
Wait.
You
Doctor.
separate
No.
things in a dogmatic
No.
way like that.
Doctor.
Like
No.
everything is connected in a
Jesus
certain
Christ,
way, and there's
stop
certain
talking.
ecosystems.
No.
Doctor.
See, he
Doctor.
won't shut up.
Well,
He won't shut up and let anybody else talk.
Well,
It's
I just
You're
want to
wrong.
say something. For my money, I don't think he's genuine, and I think
I
that
agree
sort
with
of
Mark at this point.
talking
This is
over
ridiculous.
the top of people
Yeah.
and keeping on going is just another. He's just trying to wind people up.
Not
and
here
I
to
just
learn.
want to
Yeah,
say,
no,
please,
come on.
Ralph, I just have to do this
That's not
PSA because I know that you are a young Earth creationist.
Oh, he left.
Please, Ralph, don't tell me you are a flat earther. You're just taking. Wait, I need a good knife.
Oh, come
Just
on,
taking
Amy.
this to
Knowing
my
Ralph,
heart.
his
Well,
all
I
of
mean, I
these
guess
and
it
our
would be one more step.
evidence are seeing the Earth from the sky.
But
What
yes.
does all that mean compared to his God?
I'm with you, Mark. He's a Poe. I'm with
Is
you.
he? And so, guys, I almost felt because I was getting spicy last night, so I felt bad sometimes when I get over spicy because I want to keep calm, cool, and collect when I am having conversations with theists, even though I do believe everything I said. But he may be. That is the hardest part. Is that with a Poe and a young Earth Christian? I mean, we are dealing with people who believe the Earth is 6,000 years old. So once again,
I don't know, just something about him. I've worked for a long time on phone spotting people that are not sincere, and he just doesn't seem sincere to me. I don't mind if anyone else talks to him. That's fine. That's just why I wasn't sort of talking because
Anthony,
I
feel
don't.
free to join in. The water is fine. And
Waste
yeah,
my
I think
time.
he left. He may have saying it seemed like he was getting a little awkward with so many skeptics on anyway. Or it maybe he was a Poe, maybe he's genuine, who knows. But we're gonna add Anthony back in. Welcome back to the panel, Anthony. And I will say, we are going to go for about 15 more minutes. So 15 more minutes of open panel discussion.
Unless people start.
And I was going to
You want
ask
us
if
to
you
go
could.
longer?
I was going to ask if you could
Send in
answer
the
a yes or
money.
no question.
Maybe we'll stay, but otherwise, yeah.
But yes, but we'll still have outros. We'll still
ahead,
let everyone
Porpoise.
say their final point. But
What
yes,
was your question?
Oh, I was just going to ask if you could answer a yes or no question because he didn't seem to be able to do that.
I doubt it.
Yeah, and usually you find that with people who are not being genuine, you'll answer yes or no, and even if it's not even a loaded question and something really, really simple, they still won't be able to answer it.
Yeah.
And he was also moving off topics really fast, like
Many
changing
times.
them very, very fast within the segment.
Filibustering.
It's it is
Long answers, just
bloviating.
rambling answers so nobody else can talk.
I am happy to
Bloviating.
and I agree with you in some ways, Will. I would say just that it's two different subjects because I would say evolution is a fact.
Tonight, we're talking
And
about
then
evolution.
abiogenesis is the origin of life. So
Can I
we would say,
ask
yeah,
a question? Can I
aliens
ask a
are
question?
You can absolutely ask a question.
How can life evolve if it doesn't exist?
It can't.
I'm sorry. Wait.
All right.
That felt like hold on. Let me take one more.
Take another.
Ask me that one more time.
How can life exist if it hasn't? No. How can life evolve if it doesn't exist?
But would you concede that life does exist? So we don't have to answer that hypothetical because it does exist, right?
And also, I just want to point out there, evolution is a force of nature. So if you don't have life, you don't have evolution. And once you have life, you have evolution.
So I just don't understand this argument that abiogenesis and evolution aren't related. You have to. They seem to.
They aren't
answer two
related.
different things.
Because it's like asking what starts the match and why does it stay lit on fire? Like they're two different questions. They're like we can answer both of those questions, but asking how life started is different from why is it that populations seem to have genes randomly mutate and the environment naturally select them.
Well, it depends on what you mean by related. But the way we define evolution is it can't happen until there's some modification from the first cell that evolves. Evolution only happens after life exists.
I think when atheists say that, they don't realize the fundamental problems are basically the same for both fields of study.
But can I also just point out that in this debate, it's not atheist versus theist, and we are having like kind of a proxy war and going back and forth. But when it comes to evolution,
that's just for fun.
It is, I mean, scientists versus people who disagree with the scientists. Those are the two dichotomies.
And so I just want to say something. There's a lot of theists that believe in evolution. In fact, last US census, it was over 51%, 51 point something percent. So it isn't really an atheist thing. In fact, there was a guy called Francis Collins who worked for the Human Genome Project, a legend in his field, and he is a very, very devout Christian. This isn't an atheist thing at all.
Anthony, if I may, I also think there's another problem going on here.
And
not totally related to the topic, but I think one of your main problems is you may need to learn how to critically think a little bit better.
How?
Because you're using you seem to be using a lot of logical fallacies tonight, either because you're parroting someone else's argument or because you don't realize you're doing it. And keep in mind, it's a lot easier to spot out logical fallacies than someone else's argument on your own. So I've seen you use straw men. I've seen you use arguments from ignorance and incredulity. And I've seen you, and this I don't think this is valid, but I've seen you conflate two different things. Because you're hung up on the fact that evolution is defined as something that happens once life starts and reproduces.
Correct.
Whereas abiogenesis is how life came about. And you want to say these are the same thing, and they're just not.
Okay.
Just like stellar formation is not part of evolution either.
Well, Mark made a good point, but I'm going to respond to what you just said. And
both biology, though.
Can I use that as an hominid?
What I like, well, all right. So, what was that last one?
Oh no, I said, can I use that as an hominid?
What? Ad hominem.
Oh, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the actual points you made.
Hold on, no one gave it ad hominem. First of all,
no one said
That's
they
fine.
were wrong because no one said someone's
I don't
wrong
care.
because of something.
When atheists say abiogenesis and evolution are not the same thing, what it shows me is that the problems plaguing both fields for the material are essentially the same, which is the accumulation of functional genetic information. That is
Abiogenesis doesn't necessarily need functional information. Abiogenesis is like dark matter and dark energy. While there's more evidence for it, it's just basically a way of saying we don't know yet.
And
we don't know how life started yet.
Can I just stop you again, Anthony? It's not when atheists say it, it's when scientists say it. So there's theist scientists, and including Christian scientists, that say this as well. It isn't atheists that, we got together and came up with this. There's a lot of Christians and Muslims and theists involved in genetics and evolutionary biology. it's not just an atheist thing. So when you say, oh, well, atheists say, no, scientists say, both theist and atheist scientists.
Well, that was the point you made that I was referring to. And what I'll say to that is, I think for the last 100 to 150 years, the dominant cultural concept has been the secular one, which says that if you don't accept evolution, you're not intellectually respectable. And I think a lot of Christians have bought into that, and to maintain their reputation in society have gone along with it. But if you showed them the facts, they would reject it.
I don't think so. I'll have to sort of come back against that. I think that when you say secular, what secular means is that no religion is involved with this. So, for instance, you get people who have their religion, they just don't allow it to influence their work because it's a bias. And that's what secular means. Like, for instance, a secular country doesn't say no religion can be here. What a secular country says is no religion will be the established religion of a country.
Nothing is state mandated.
Right. So secular doesn't mean an absence of religion. It just means that you can't have your religion influencing it. And the reason why scientists do that is because it is a bias that will affect their results. And that's what science tries to avoid. But people can believe in a God, and it doesn't stop them from believing in evolution.
What evolution does is it renders irrelevant or unnecessary the concept of God. And
no, it doesn't.
No.
It's an attempt.
Don't forget, Anthony. Okay, Anthony. If evolution doesn't explain the origin of life, right? That's what we're saying. It doesn't explain the origin of life. You can still make an argument that you need a God to create the life in the first place. And then it goes off and does evolution. I don't believe that, but you can make that argument. It doesn't take away that.
Let's just yield that abiogenesis and evolution are completely separate fields. There's no relation. I'll give that.
Right. Just for the sake of argument, sure.
Yeah, we don't have to yield that. That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
Well, just for the sake of argument, let's say that that's the case. Okay, so go ahead.
Going to your point about Christians, I've spoken to Christians, and I'm telling you, there's the dominant culturally accepted behavior is to if you don't accept evolution, it's because you're dumb, because you're backward, and it's all these negative. So they're not believing it because the facts. They know the facts support it. They're going along with it because it's culturally unacceptable in the current environment to anti-science or something like that. So I think that's what's going on there.
So
mind if I butt in from a scientific?
Yeah, I've been talking a lot.
Well, I just want to know. If you could, what is one of those, and if you could, the best one, what is the best scientific fact that would win these Christians over?
It's not necessarily a scientific fact that would win the Christians over, but what you're saying in regards to persecution complex, I'm a pagan. I've got some very strange ideas in comparison to some of my peers in the geological field.
Yeah.
But my ideas exist outside of natural. I can accept that my ideas are supernatural. They don't reflect into the natural world. With that, I can actually do naturalistic work and do scientific work, even though they actually look at some of my ideas and think, yeah, you have a little bit of a basis, but they're a bit strange. No one will persecute me for those ideas in my field.
There's tons of stories of people being rejected from college science faculties and things like that for not going along with the dominant narrative.
There's not.
Anthony,
that's not true. Anecdote does not mean evidence. Sorry.
Do you know why they were rejected from those areas?
Well, I'm guessing my reason would be different from yours.
Well, don't guess.
No,
Show some
their
evidence.
reason.
Because
his answer.
Those faculty administrators are trying to protect an ideology, and they don't want anyone. upsetting the apple cart.
Wrong.
No, because there's certain things that are expected from academia, and sometimes people, they will allow their personal biases to influence their work, and they don't basically follow the principle of scientific investigation.
Thank you.
And that's when they have problems. It's because they will perjure themselves or misrepresent somebody's work or insert something into a paper that is not factually correct and has no basis in science. And that's the reasons why they're taken out. Like, for instance, Andrew Wakefield, that did the famous paper on autism from vaccines. He what he did, it wasn't because he disagreed that he was thrown out. It was because he misrepresented and lied in his paper about the results that he found. So he basically fraudulently created things that were not true. And that's why he was thrown out, not for any personal belief.
Anthony, I also want you, as an ex-Mormon, we had rumors that were designed to promote the faith. One of my favorite things were about the temple garments. People wore them, and the temple garments survived the accident, even though the person died, so somehow they're protective. Apparently, they're protective. Yes.
Okay.
It sounds like what these guys are trying to tell you is a faith-promoting rumor, because these stories are anecdotes. They're not necessarily true. And I think one thing we all have a problem with, and science does not help itself when it hides things behind paywalls, is getting access to good information. And I am going to tell you the internet's greatest strengths are also its greatest weaknesses. I'm not exactly sure where you're getting your information, but I think that may be part of your problem, and I don't think you really know how to evaluate for good information.
Well, I'll tell you straight up, and I know I'm going to get a lot of groans, but a lot of my information I get from Discovery Institute fellows. I don't know if you're familiar with that organization.
I'm sure most of us are familiar with them.
Yeah, they're not, they wouldn't be what I would call scientifically accredited.
Correct.
And most of their stuff is pretty well refuted by, well, just about all scientists, except for the very few they have on hand. Same with would you say the Discovery Institute? The others, what's the other one that's really famous for?
Answers in Genesis.
Answers in Genesis, thank you. Yeah, that's the other one that isn't well respected at all. If you are a theist, well, it's not respected by scientists in general. That's the problem. I would recommend BioLogos, who are a bunch of Christians who are very devout, and they do report things with scientific accuracy, and that may be a better place to go to for scientific literature.
And Anthony, I'm going to let you have a response if you want in a second to finish up, but bringing up a $10 super chat, sending so much love from Will Stewart. THFC Rants, a fantastic channel you should check out. No creationist doesn't believe in evolution. We simply reject the naturalist model of evolution. Unfortunately, a lot of them aren't smart enough. Oh, the spice is real. To delineate. They equivocate a bio with evolution. So, what do you think, Anthony, about theistic evolution?
I reject it because I don't believe there's any reason to accept any form of evolution. If there was evidence of evolution, I would probably go that route. But everything I'm seeing shows me that there's just no reason to believe evolution to begin with.
Yeah, by your definition, that's correct. But you don't know what evolution is. That's the problem.
How do you all deal with the mathematical improbability of evolution? That's something I want to hear you all explain.
You still don't know what evolution is. That's the problem.
Well, I don't learning better math.
And it's not improbable. It's like asking why gravity is improbable, but it's happening. It keeps on happening. It will continue to happen. Like,
I just have
it's a force
question.
of nature.
So do you think that sort of evolution. So you don't believe in any evolution at all. So you don't believe in evolution by artificial selection, like breeding dogs.
Yes.
You do believe in that evolution.
I do, yes.
Sending
Okay,
love,
so you
Will.
do. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that because it sounded like you didn't believe in any evolution whatsoever.
I believe that there are limits to evolution. I believe that they can differ between generations, but there's a limit and you can't go beyond it.
What causes that limit? Yeah, why does that happen?
Well, this is something that came up in the debate today, and I think Ken answered correctly, which is that the genetic code prevents deviating from a certain distance from a set point.
So how do you demonstrate
physics
that?
does that. The genetic code does not.
Basically,
how do you
my understanding.
That's the case. How do you actually go into the genetics and show us, hey, this is what happens to make it stop? Because we don't seem to be able to find that.
Well, my understanding, and again, I'll try to give a brief summary of what I've learned, is that there are certain areas of the genetic code which are more peripheral, like length of your hair and color of your eyes and things like that, which can mutate. But there are other areas of your genetic code which, if they're manipulated, will lead to catastrophic and deadly results. And those are the kind of areas of your code that code for like your body formation and morphology of an organism. And that's why we see minor variations, but never deviations too far from the original plan.
Okay, I need to come back to something because you used a word that I don't think anyone ever uses that way. What is more peripheral when it comes to DNA? Do you mean less likely to have longer-term effects on the organism?
Yeah, things aren't essential to the survival of the organism. Like the length of the organism's tail, or its hairs, or the color of its feathers. But when you're talking about the parts of your DNA that code for your heart, go ahead.
James, I think you said something.
He's just making jokes. Don't mind him.
So basically, there's parts of your DNA that code for things that are non-essential.
Don't mind me.
And these things can vary between generations, but there are other parts of your DNA which code for things that can't be.
I don't understand what is preventing mutations from coming up in any sequence of the DNA where these peripheral things are supposed to be. Because as far as I understand, mutations can occur anywhere along the genetic sequence.
Not to
mention, they can occur anywhere, but some have more destructive results. So let's say there's two segments of DNA. Let's say there's two segments of DNA.
Whoa.
Hold on, but I think there's something you're missing.
Yeah,
and
Go
that
ahead.
has to do with two types of selection, because peahens have beautiful feathers. They are not actually beneficial to that organism surviving in its environment. What they're beneficial for is attracting a lady peahen.
I think you meant peacocks.
Yeah, sorry.
Right.
Wrong way around.
So
that's okay.
So let me work with that. The section of the DNA that
you're also missing that in different environments, what could be a harmful adaptation in one area is actually a helpful adaptation in another.
Exactly.
All
So
right,
long hair, for instance. Long
let me
hair
work with
in
what you just said there.
Arctic area is helpful. In the desert, it's deleterious.
All right, let's go with something like the color of a bird's feather. There's a section of, let's just say there's a section of DNA that codes for that, and it can mutate and vary.
All right.
If
Do you know
you
what
look at the
sexual
same,
selection is?
if you look at the same bird, there's also a section of DNA that codes for its, like, the structure of its brain, and if that mutates, then it dies.
Do you know what sexual selection is?
Not necessarily.
It's preferable traits for partners, like sexual, like what attracts another member of the same species.
Flair.
More or less, yes.
All right.
Yeah, that's
big boobies and a big booty.
Yeah.
But isn't necessarily helpful to the organism surviving in its environment.
Yeah. Okay, I'm with you.
And in some cases can be detrimental to the organism's survival but it helps the species overall survive, so it persists. The peacock's feathers are a good example of this.
Right, and these peacock feathers are something I would define as peripheral, whereas the structure of the peacock's heart and its attachment to the the arteries that go to the brain are things that would not be able to mutate. These are things.
No, they can mutate just fine.
I think you're missing the point here. Is that if just say there's a mutation which occurs in the brain that's very deleterious, like you're saying, the organism will die and it won't pass on its genes. However, if there is a mutation in the brain that's advantageous, for instance, some of the capillaries are actually bigger in this particular species, and it's advantageous to the creature. For instance, like it lives in an environment where it needs more blood to its brain because there's less cover to hide in. Let's just say that's the case. It will be selected for, and eventually that trait will be fixed in the species. So mutations can make, you're absolutely right, they can be deleterious and result in the death of the creature, but the point is that creature will then be taken out of the population. It's gone. And the ones with advantageous mutations, even though they happen rarely, they will be favored to win.
Unless
and that's it.
Let me construct a theoretical scenario. Let's just say that in these organisms, there are sections of DNA which would need to be mutated to get to something else, which can't be. Would that not refute evolution?
Wait, what?
All right, let me
evolution
try and
doesn't have a goal, so
all right,
drop that.
Let's say that there are sections of DNA in every organism that cannot be mutated without destroying the organism, but which would need to be for it to change to some other kind. You recognize that would refute
All right,
evolution.
let's define kind first.
Stop kind. Kind doesn't mean anything to me. It's so vague, and I don't understand
Also, are we moving into irreducible complexity?
Yes, we are. Thank you,
Yes,
Amy.
we are.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Well, if this would be a defeater,
continue.
This would be a defeater of evolution. If they were to find segments of DNA in organisms that can't be mutated without destroying the organism, and which would be necessary to change to some other species or something new, that would put a limit on evolution.
Like a sperm, like the little tail on the sperm, that would be one of them, right?
Could you give me an example of a mutation that would necessarily destroy the organism in order to go to that mutation? Could you give me an example?
There are segments of DNA which code for important aspects of the morphology of a creature.
Yes, they do.
Like the layout of the muscular system or something like that. For you to get from an ape to a human, you have to change the muscular structure or something like that.
Okay, and we need to stop you there because humans are apes.
Okay, well, from a pre-human ape-like.
No. You're just.
Okay.
No, that's fine. If he wants to say pre-human ape, like primate, that's fine. I'm on board. That's fine. I get what he's saying. So what you're thinking is that it has to go from sort of a really, really early animal, like say Homo erectus, and then switch immediately to a modern Homo sapien.
Well, let's go with something as extreme as.
Let me finish. Okay, I want to finish saying this. Okay, and what you're sort of coloring it as is this all happens in one birth.
Right.
The change is made in the genetic sequence. It changes completely in one birth, but that isn't what happens. What actually happens is that one gives birth to a creature, an animal slightly different and has a stronger or weaker muscular structure, maybe a slightly bigger cranium, like very, very slightly. And then after generations and generations, the changes become more pronounced. But it's not a case that one just gives birth to another. That doesn't happen. It's a very slow, gradual change over millions of years.
And sometimes some genes can have both beneficial and negative aspects. Like one of the mutations that allowed us to have a larger brain capacity also gives us wisdom teeth.
Let's say, all right, let's say you're starting with the common ancestor between chimpanzees and humans, whatever that is. Right. Let's say there's a segment of DNA that codes for the muscular structure of that organism. So to get from that organism to a human, that section of DNA has to change to the muscular structure of human. So what they're finding is that that section of DNA cannot mutate to create the new.
Where are they finding this? How are they finding this? You keep making this assertion, but you're not backing it up with anything other than just saying, I got this from the Discovery Institute.
And well, that's not how that worked.
Which, just because from the Discovery Institute doesn't mean it's wrong, but we have overwhelming consensus that a lot of what the Discovery Institute says is just pseudoscience.
Yeah, and great apes and monkeys and orangutans and humans all evolved from a common ancestor. We didn't just jump from monkeys to people.
Correct.
That's not how that works.
Right.
Well, everything evolved from a common ancestor according to evolutionists, so that's not a surprise. But
humans, apes, and chimpanzees, like simian or monkeys, Old World and New, have a more recent common ancestor than, say, let's use the Kent Hovind thing, pine trees and elephants, which would be a single-celled organism.
Right.
Can I say that if there's a difference between hominids and humans, if there was a differentiation, then essentially humans aren't hominids or apes? Would that be a possibility?
No. Not the way it's currently defined.
Right, because you've got the law of monophily, which basically says that once you are a certain thing, all the descendants of that animal will, or in this case, an animal, will be that designated as that type. So we're all mammals because they evolved first, and all of its ancestors were mammals.
Well, it sounds like a pseudonym. You wanted to say something, but then I want to ask a question.
Well, I would say that's like a filibuster. It's like saying if we're all mammals, and we're all animals, and we're all
I think you mean a tautology, not a filibuster.
Do you know what a filibuster is?
Yeah,
I think you're using the wrong words.
What's a filibuster? Hold on.
It's bringing everything together, but depending on the paradigm.
No, a filibuster is something you do like in Congress when you
politics,
want to delay a vote or something. It's politics.
You talk ad nauseum just so the other
just
side
to waste
can
time.
make a point.
To delay.
It's what Kent does. He talks like non-stop, and so you can't
rattling
get a word
his
in.
talking points off.
Oh, that's called the Geschgalat.
Some people read the dictionary. There's different ways that they just have made policy.
Another word. Maybe you meant another word.
Votes run out.
Yeah, Ted Cruz filibustered with, what was it, Green Eggs and Ham? He read a bunch of damn Dr. Seuss books. Yeah.
That's what I do when they start quoting the Bible.
And then he worked with his dad to kill JFK. Oh, wait, no.
It's not.
We're not the conspiracy theorists.
It's not really important. I want to hear pseudonym. What do you think I'm doing here when you say filibuster? Like, what do you think that I'm trying to do when I say that there's a law of monophily where everything that you are classified as, all their descendants are classified as the same thing?
And I will say, answer that, but everyone, let's get a final round robin because then we're moving into outros. Get your questions out of the panel now, but let's have some fun as we move to outros. But Anthony, you got to ask the question or pseudonym, either of you, one of you.
I believe it was a pseudonym.
Then to pseudonym, all yours.
No, I was trying to say that apparently in this kingdom or phylum that all hominids are sapiens, but we know that all sapiens are not hominids. And I think that was the dichotomy in the debate because,
Dichotomy?
yeah, because hominids have tails, so there's no real
Since when?
explanation.
No, sir.
Monkeys have tails.
Humans
You've
can't have
never.
tails.
Well, wait.
Chimpanzees don't have tails.
Wait.
They're considered primates.
Humans can have tails.
I think
Yeah,
if you're doing,
there have been humans born with tails. Yeah,
But that's but we're all primates. That's what I would.
Right. Thank you, Amy.
I think the problem is set theory is confusing some people where
True.
subsets can be in other subsets. Like apes are a nested subset of the chimp category. Or not chimp
Yeah,
category.
but a nested
Monkey
hierarchy is different from its own species.
Well,
You
my
can't have
question for you, pseudonym, is when do you think we're going to stop being mammals?
Great question.
It's a false economy because platypuses are mammals and they lay eggs. So
No, they're actually monotremes.
Wait.
Platypi.
A false dichotomy has to be between two choices, and that wasn't even.
Yeah,
two
that's
choices
not a
given there.
dichotomy. Yeah.
Yeah, so like the echidna,
Sharks
the
lay
platypus-
eggs and leberfish lay eggs. So.
Yeah, so pseudonym, like echidnas,
I don't follow.
Platypuses are monotremes. They're the last surviving remnants of a sort of mostly extinct that are not mammals. They don't suckle their young, which is the defining trait of mammals.
They are mammals.
No, they're not. They're monotremes.
Actually, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they have poison
Platypuses
glands.
are mammals. They're
That's
pretty
how we
primitive
know
male,
Matt
but they're
Powell is a
mammals.
Are they?
Platypuses are one of the. They are
Or
monotremes.
was it
correct.
mammalia? Because mammalia didn't switch between Euceria, then marsupial, and monotreme for the living ones, but it actually divides a lot more than that.
But I think what you're trying to say, Primal, is all Homo sapiens are hominines, and they're also all hominids too, but not
And it's a
all
mammal.
hominines are Homo sapiens because we have Homo erectus, Homo neanderthalensis.
And I just want to point out that monkeys aren't apes, so they don't fall in the Hominidae family.
That's what I've been saying.
They're
That's why
simiforms.
That's why
But
the whole
apes are
debate
also
is
simiforms.
dichotomy, because it's a debate on hominids.
But apes are monkeys.
Apes are primates, monkeys are primates.
They're both simiforms.
Yes, simiforms, yes, correct.
I have just two questions,
really confused.
and I'm going to let all the skeptics do their outros. But I want to know just pseudonym and Anthony. Well, pseudonym, do you believe in evolution? Any form, theistic. It's not a trap either, I swear.
Wow,
You don't.
it's
You
just a
won't get
question.
kicked out.
Yeah.
Of your church, I don't know. I can't handle that.
It's a macroevolution, adaptation.
So evolution. Got it. Thank you.
So, are you more towards the yes or more towards the no? I'll even let you lean, but
Well, it's a double-edged sword, but I would lean towards the no.
you lean towards the no. Okay, then my question for you is, what would change your mind to make you further in the yes camp?
I would like to see something born different from what it's born.
That's
been
not what
recorded.
evolution says, man.
But that's what
Jesus.
evolution is. That's
No,
what's
it's
macroevolution.
That's
That's
Pokemon.
macroevolution.
Let me help here.
Complete straw man.
That's
Let me
why
help.
it's a double-edged sword because
No, it's not a
you
double-edged
have
sword.
to believe. You have to
No.
believe that
No.
that humans came from chimps. That's
Oh my
Pokemon.
God.
Let me help a little bit.
Not how it works.
It's
Yeah.
Not
pseudo
how it
is
works.
pseudo is close. What I would say is not something born different, but however many generations the scientists need, go into a lab, take a creature into a lab. I don't care how many generations or how you do it, manipulate turn that thing into something else.
So is that your answer? Because Anthony,
That's
I
not
wanted to
what
ask you the
evolution
same
is,
question.
For fuck's sake.
That is my answer.
I'll continue to say that an animal will never give birth to another animal, and that is what evolution dictates. So, like, if an animal ever gave birth to like a random other animal, that would be magic. It wouldn't be like evolution. That would be anime. I will continue to say that. I feel like creationists believe that that Pokemon is the way that evolution should be. And
But
yet
that's what evolution does.
No.
Over
very
millions of
Apparently
years,
so.
but
Over
with-
millions of years.
Quit saying apparently.
But with the fact that a child will always be the same species of its mother and father. That's a fact. It has to be. Like evolution
Pokemon.
dictates it.
That's
That's the
two
only way it
horses.
works. So when creationists say an organism, like a cow will always give birth to a cow, you're right, because that's what evolution dictates. They're basically saying what evolution states and being like, but that's creationism somehow.
So then
Two
you're like,
horses
like
that have sex won't give birth to a duck.
Evolution.
I mean,
exactly.
I'm just saying.
Evolution dictates a human will always give birth to a human. A dove
Kent
will
has conducted
always
that
give birth
experiment.
to a dove. It will always be. That's
You did.
any other way, and it's not evolution. I don't know why creationists say that. Push the same thing.
Ken has tried to impregnate ducks, and it never works.
Yes.
Can you say how? Can you explain
Or
how
ducks.
that's? Can you explain how that's different from Kent's definition of kind?
Well, I think at a certain point when they try
What
to
does it
create
have to do
kinds,
with
they
anything?
recreate species, and they basically try their best to recreate a version of evolution. In fact, when you say microevolution and macroevolution, you're being politically incorrect. You're saying, I believe in microevolution, and that's definitely not evolution. I mean, that's not evolution, is it? It has evolution in there, but we shouldn't even call it evolution. I mean, everyone agrees that's real, right? Because that's a fact, right? Yes,
Okay,
it's
well-
evolution. It's a fact.
I didn't know if I would have time to comment on this question or.
Sure, I know I keep on making it spicier and then trying to leave, but I can't help myself.
I was going
Continue.
to say what he has to. I was just going to say what you have to understand is that species is an arbitrary concept. It's not even really a thing. It's human classification. Life is just out there reproducing. If the genetics are close enough, that works out. If the genetics are not close enough, it doesn't. We just use species as a helpful way of classifying animals and knowing when that is going to work out and when it's not. But it's really just us putting our interpretation on or labels on life.
So is it arbitrary or not?
It is arbitrary.
Okay, then
Most
what call yourself a primate?
Most human definitions are arbitrary because we've just decided that this is going to be this.
Yeah.
Like, why is this a cigarette holder? We've decided it's a cigarette holder.
We're primates because we share a common ancestor with all the other primates. We're a member of
it's
that
not-
family.
So it's not arbitrary.
I mean,
Why do you keep
it
doing
is
that?
arbitrary because we defined what a primate is, but it's a sound definition. It fits with the natural world. So, yeah, it is
Okay,
arbitrary in a sense.
Amy was making a point that a creature will always give birth to the same creature. A horse will, but you admit over so many generations, it will naturally happen that the horse will turn into something that's not a horse.
No.
It will become a new
Make it
kind of
Nobody
horse.
said that.
It
I
will
agree, that's
possibly
evolution.
add on new things, but you will have to understand we're never going to stop being mammals, no matter how. Just like we're never going to stop being primates.
Life,
Okay, that makes no sense.
But we did.
life,
But we
life
did.
just
Say
continues
that
to
makes no
diverge.
sense.
So, all right.
I
well,
don't understand.
okay.
It not making sense to you makes no sense to me. So help me out.
Anthony, are you a eukaryote?
No, that's the point.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Well,
You're,
okay,
you're a multicellular organism. Take our word
Are you
for
a
it.
mammal?
With a nucleus. Yeah, you're a eukaryote. A cell membrane.
all right, I am. What's your point?
And you always
If
will
you
be
could be
one.
a
That's our point.
eukaryote,
And you're
You
never
could be
going to
a
stop
primate.
being
It's
one.
the same.
Wait.
And you're
the
always
same-
a mammal, and you're always going to
Yeah.
be one, and you're always a primate, and you're
Wait,
always
And you're always a
gonna be
fish,
one,
and you're always a
always
reptile. And you're
Amy.
always-
No, you're not a fish and not a reptile.
Once
No.
again, when you say you're always a fish, what you're saying is you're always going to have a backbone, a spinal nut cord. Yeah.
No, I'm saying you're eukaryotes. You had
Amy.
a common ancestor.
See,
But
this-
do you agree when you say we're not going to stop being a fish? Can I ask, do you think that our backbone is just going to disappear?
Maybe it will.
If we go in an
Maybe
environment,
it will.
maybe.
That's what you're going to
But
go with.
we are always going to be
Scientists-
a fish.
Scientists have alleged that more incredible
When you-
things have. But here's my
roundabout-
point. I want to.
You have no point. This is silly.
Well,
This is
I think we
silliness.
beat this horse into the ground.
Yeah, in
Oh,
fact,
nice thing, silliness, but what are you talking?
instead, we could go back and forth, but the problem is it'll cause us to keep on bouncing. But I will give you a chance to make your final point because all of us get out. So we are going to just move into the outros. I loved it. It's been having fun. I want to thank all of our atheists and theists for joining us as we've been midnight ranting on the Hominid Fossil Record. But you will be able to say your final point because we are moving into our midnight ranting outros. Woohoo! And you're going to give me a second as I load up our first contestant. Thank you so very much. Student M, what is up? We have been midnight ranting on the Hominid Fossil Record. Hope you have had a fun time. We really do enjoy having all of our atheist and theist brothers and sisters. So I would like to know what you got going on and what are your final thoughts on the Hominid Fossil Record. I can't believe you'd say something so daring and yet so brave. And I may have sprung it. I always am springing things on people, kinky. So we'll come back to you, pseudonym, in a second. I'm going to go down the... Oh! Loaded it.
I'm testing.
Yep.
I would like to thank everybody. And it was an interesting conversation. I would like to note that this is probably the first conversation that we put the theist in the hot seat or the atheist.
What? No, there's no hot seat here, I promise.
Because
it's pretty cool.
We went from evolution that comes from Darwinism to people that disagree with Darwinism because there's new scientists coming with new discoveries and that this confounds the scientific method of predictable
That's not
scientific
true at all.
methods.
Nope.
It's my
Let him
closing.
have
Hold
his
on.
outro. Yeah.
Sorry. I mean, if he's lying, I'm going to call him on it.
No, I'll let him finish his outro.
All right. Fair enough.
So they disagree with each other. They agree with each other as far as agreeing with the scientific methods. It was like a 2 out of 7 split in between, which is enough, or good enough. Then we went into I don't think we got too much into hominids because they're not considered sapiens like the great apes, but they still consider them as hominids, but they have no disregard to how the tail went missing, bipedalism, why Australopithecus has the same brain size as humans do, but there's no account for the deformation between Homo erectus, Homo habilis, Lucy as an ancestor, as an actual part of the debate, even though whether you be atheist or theist, Lucy was
sending love.
I love that.
Sending love.
Lucy was not an actual part of any debate, and if you consider a debate, then you can be considered which way or forward. I think that's pretty much it. But
thank you, Lord.
Maybe there is a God.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, like I said, I know the spice is
But
real pseudonym, but thank
regardless,
you so very much for joining
I
us.
think James in the actual debate that I feel like we kind of missed the account. Did pretty good in the debate.
He did good. He did real good. Good job, James.
So credit for him. and hopefully we wouldn't have to follow Kent's script that we've been following for the last 5 years.
Indeed.
What?
But thank you so very much, Pseudonym. It was lovely having you on. And like I said, we want those numbers to go up. So creationists, make it a 4v4. Make it as many as you want. We're not holding you back. And all right, thank you so very much, Pseudonym. Lovely having you. And we're gonna go right down the
break his
list.
stride.
And all right. Clockwork Rex, what is up? We have been Midnight Ranting on the Hominid Fossil Record. Hope you had a lovely time. What you got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
This has been interesting, kind of.
Kind of.
Kind of. But evolution. If you want to talk in strictly science terms, evolution is a proven theory. Abiogenesis is a hypothesis. And so is panspermia. That's a hypothesis. We don't know. So a hypothesis is a guess. A theory has been proven. Like the theory of gravity. Like I said earlier, don't do this, but I'm saying if you dispute the theory of gravity, climb up on your roof and jump off.
But not really.
But not really. Yeah, don't actually do that. Yeah. There was something else I was going to say. Oh yeah. Neanderthals and Homo humans, as far as we know, existed at the same time. And we interbred. So if you want to talk about dog genetics and all that other shit, well, we all have Neanderthal DNA in us. But we were actually, I don't know about smarter, but we were faster than Neanderthals. So we killed them off. Maybe. There might be a few wandering around out there.
They might have also been more aggressive as well.
Yeah.
We were better filmmakers.
And there are some out there that vote, so there you go.
Thank you so very much, Clockwork. And all right, keep on coming on.
84
That's
million
what he or
votes.
she said. But Beamsy, what is up? We have been Midnight Ranting on the Hominid Fossil Record. Hope you had a good time. What you got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
As I said before, what I've got on is I'm making preparations for a formal debate that I'm having in regards to stratigraphy of granite and an idea that's actually come across with ground-penetrating radars.
Ooh,
but yes.
I knew you would hear that, Bird.
Yeah, we won't go into the penetration yet, Bird. That's for later tonight.
Oh, my.
But I will make this offer. If anyone does have issues with the aspects of any of the questions that have been put forwards, the biggest problem with answering a lot of the questions that have been put forwards is they take about an hour, hour and a half, and it's better to do it one-on-one rather than a situation like this. Because
one-on-one, not necessarily a Socratic gangbang.
No,
Yeah.
in this situation, I could answer the question, but then I would actually take up so much of the time to give a fully thought out answer to some of the questions that have been put forwards. Because to explain evolution, you need to understand a lot about the scientific method. Then you need to understand the aspect of how the things are actually researched and how they are actually proven, not just thought up and looked at. And it's a matter of how they actually are proven and shown to be real. These are matters that need to be shown, and then a lot more of the aspect will be questions will be more asked, and then it will be up to the other person to answer the questions, whether they understand what is being said. That's the difficulty of trying to educate a couple of the misconceptions that people have been putting across tonight.
Agreed.
It's also why I've been quiet.
Hey, we just appreciate you being on the stream and giving your 2 cents, Beamsy. Lovely to have you on as always.
Hey, I give it in 5 cents. We've lost our 2 cents in Australia.
Oh, hello.
Oh my. But also sending love from Will Stewart.
Thanks so much, Will.
$5. Woohoo!
Tottenham Hotspurs Reds.
My-
Check out if you're a Hotspurs fan.
That's right. Gonna keep on saying you should be checking out his channel. THFC Roots, where he gets to be silly. But $5 super chat for my theist friends. Please don't get afraid of definitions. Ask for them and then affirm or reject. Don't deny words prima facie.
Prima facie.
Please, exactly. I offer my best English that I can. Please, please. And yes, Will is basically trying to remind you that you can have evolution and God, Christianity even. Sending love, Will. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you,
the
Will.
support.
Well, you're the best.
Always
We
the
love
voice.
you.
Always a voice of reason. With that red hair, red beard.
And he has a similarly, well, it's not quite theological,
Sports.
but it does get equally spicy. So, yes, so sending love out there. And also sending love. A $2 super chat. Pseudonym. Woohoo! Sending love from the panel to everyone out there on the interwebs. So much it's arbitrary, low, or not. Or yes, I don't know. Low. Sending so much love, pseudonym. Mm-hmm. I can't help but remembering that I've seen an entire debate where they argued over the word arbitrary. It just seems so arbitrary.
Yeah.
Sending so much love. Thank you, pseudonym. Thank you, Will. Mwah, 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 mwah. And
Also,
with that,
some arbitration.
oh my. Back to your regularly scheduled programming with the godfather of atheism, Randolph Richardson. We have been Midnight Ranting on the Hominid Fossil Record. Lovely to have you. What you got going on?
Gotta
and
love
what
his
are
new
your
accessory.
Final thoughts.
Amy is an accessory.
Like I said.
Well, this has been an interesting episode. Thank you very much for hosting all of these. They're always so interesting. You're going to be on our fortnightly stream on Sunday, July 24th. Looking forward to having you on again. Amy?
I am looking forward to being there. It was so much fun. And like I said, I'm ready to be converted. They just need to bring us that good evidence.
That's it.
Oh yeah, and that's the whole. For people aren't familiar with it, the stream is we host a panel of people on Discord. All of us but one person. We're all atheists, and there's one deist, and that's the Jack Russell character, who's the deist, and he's pretty non-committal, so he fits in very well in the panel. Taco organized it and just recently brought in Amy almost a fortnight ago. So, and for people who are not sure what a fortnight is, it means 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
And so the
I thought Fortnite was a video game.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's I've had commentary from some people saying that the schedule has been educational for them, which is fantastic. And I know people are asking about the eye patch here. I'm
Will Stewart, in fact.
spot. that's from my right eye, and it's gradually going away as I wear this eye patch, which was recommended to me by an ophthalmologist, so an MD, and they it seems to be progressing for me. So I'm hoping that it won't be a serious problem for very long.
Hey, Randall.
Yeah.
Could you say, haha, not to scale?
Not to scale.
Right.
I'm not. I don't. I can't imitate Stephen Colbert's voice very well, but I'd like to get good at that because I know I've got the look.
Okay, while we're doing requests, can you just? It doesn't have to be super loud, but could you just scream snake?
Scream what?
Snake.
Snake.
Oh, you won't understand it, but it's a Metal Gear Solid reference.
Oh
and
yeah, duh, Snake.
Just yell snake right now, and you look
Snake
as
eyes.
if, and you can have turmoil in your voice while you scream snake, as if he's your
Snake.
worst enemy.
Well,
There
in his
you-
defense, it's not Snake that yells that. It's the woman on the phone, right?
It's the his rival who he overcomes, and then you go snake.
Yeah.
But yes, thank you so much, Randolph Richardson, the godfather of atheism. And I'm just happy we have medical science. Hashtag fuck yeah, medical science. But yes, go find Randolph Richardson at youtube.com/Randolph Richardson, and once a fortnight, go watch a bunch of atheists. That deist, that gentleman, he definitely pulls his weight. I've seen him take some Abrahamic religious people to task. But thank you so very much, Randolph. Lovely
Thank you,
having you on. As always,
I'll post the link. I'll post the link in the live chat so that people can find the video coming up on the 24th.
That sounds good. And Corey, I saw you out there. We can give you an intro, outro if you come back. But other than that, we're going to keep on moving down the list. Thank you so
And a
very
special
much.
thank you to everybody in the audience for tuning in. It's great to always to have you here. Thanks.
That's right. They're who make
Thank you
this
so much,
channel
Randolph.
possible. Mwah,
Thanks,
mwah,
James.
mwah. Oh my goddess! In the Zenith Hour, we'll sending so much love actually
We
from
certainly appreciate it.
woo 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 Roger Shrum sending $5. Like Randolph, I have been busy working off and on, but still a great stream. Well, let me tell you, Roger,
Thanks, Roger.
we hope that you're with you in your ear while we're working. We hope that you're having a fantastic day, afternoon, or night, and it is just fantastic to have the support and subscribers, viewers, community members like you. Woohoo! And all right, thank you so very much, Roger Shrum. And with that, we are going to hand it over. We've had Spice Masters tonight, and we have enjoyed it. Our body was ready. Anthony, thank you so very much for joining us again. It has been fun. We have been Midnight Ranting on the Hominid Fossil Record. What you got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So I just want to say, people have been debating evolution for a long time, and I think I finally did it on this video. I provided an undeniable refutation of evolution. So I was glad to take a part in that. But all right, seriously though,
It happens so fast. It was like everyone's first time.
Yeah.
But in all seriousness, I am going to be leaving in a sort of a state of confusion because
perfect.
That last bit of the conversation we were having, I said we were talking about horses. A horse would have to evolve in something other than a horse, and it sounded like a lot of people disagreed with that, which kind of shocks me. But maybe we'll be able to talk about that next time.
Sure. Christ on a cock.
I didn't hear that, but I'll just keep moving on. Another important point I feel like I made that was kind of new to people was the idea that there are segments of DNA that cannot mutate without destroying the organism, but which would be necessary to mutate for the organism to evolve into something else. So you'll need to look into that. And again, maybe that's something we can talk about another time, but otherwise, just thank you for having me on.
Anthony, I'll offer you this. If you want to have answers to those questions, I've got plenty of time on my hand. You can whisper me on Discord and we can have a discussion in there. That way you don't have the requirements of being under scrutiny by multiple people.
The problem is I've never been on Discord and I don't know how to use it. Otherwise, I probably would. But
super easy. It's not difficult.
If me and Bert can do it, you can.
We can get you hooked up. But that's okay. Just send it to be continued. But
yeah, to be continued. We'll do it some other time.
Yeah,
all right. Cool.
The offer is outstanding, so you can take it up anytime you want.
It is an outstanding offer. It really is.
Oh my, yeah, it is.
Sound car salesman.
We'll set it up. Thank you.
And all right. Thank you so much, Anthony. And we're moving
barely an
right
inconvenience.
The Sinister Porpoise. What is up? We hope you had a fantastic time on tonight's Midnight Ranting of the Hominid Fossil Record. What you got going on? And what are your final thoughts?
Okay, I am the Sinister Porpoise. When you think of Sinister Porpoises, think of the Sinister Porpoise. And no, I'm not ripping that off from William Shatner, even though I totally am. First of all, let's address that horse comment, because I think what he's not getting is, although everything that's descended from a horse will still be a horse, it can go off and form new clades that the horse itself wasn't a part of. It will still be a part of all the clades that the horse itself was part of, even if it has new nested clades within the horse clade that other horses aren't a part of. Think of it as like a directory tree in computers. It's like everything will have a root directory. Everything within that everything that goes off the root is still part of the root directory structure. But if you have something in, like off in the etc folder on Linux, it's not going to be in your home directory because they're different directories, even though they're still part of the root directory. One day I'll even manage to make an analogy that doesn't involve computers in some way. DNA is not a computer code. I will die on this hill. And I really think, Anthony, the main thing is I think you're just have bought a certain type of thinking that comes very easily if you've been raised a certain way. And I hope you learn critical thinking better, because while that won't necessarily mean you agree with me, it'll mean you'll be less likely to fall for things like the Discovery Institute.
Or Kent Hovind.
Or Kent Hovind. Yeah. With that being said, be excellent to each other, and so long, and thanks for all the fish. Or chordates if since we've been there tonight.
I guess Amy is off to the potty.
She made it back.
Thank you so very much, Sinister. I got summoned by Satan. And with that, we are going to keep on moving along.
You call it Satan too, Amy?
Exactly.
Gavin is your toilet now.
Oh my.
Oh, wow.
And I recently saw him debate, so he's hitting that debate circuit again.
And Praise was making fun of his debate.
Once the schism begins,
Praise
now you're
basically roasting him.
But thank you, Porpoise, and Dr. Bird.
Thank you.
Recently just got his PhD after writing his thesis. Yep. Thank you for joining us, Doctor, on this Midnight Ranting of the Hominid Fossil Record. What you got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
In my younger, as Dr. Kevin.
In my younger and more vulnerable years, my father gave me some advice that I've been turning over in my mind ever since. When you feel like criticizing anyone, he told me, just remember that all people in this world haven't had the advantages that you've had. Of course, that is the opening statement of The Great Gatsby, and I'm filibustering. See, this is a filibuster. It's when you ramble on for no apparent reason. Because Amy knows what I really say at these things is, it's none of your damn business, and it's been glad to be here. Thank you very much.
Damn straight.
That is all.
All right. Thank
Oh,
you
come
so
on.
very much, Bird.
You could read Dr. Hovind's amazing 48-page thesis on whale penises.
It is 104 pages, and it is an abysmal attempt at a thesis.
But it makes no mention of whale penises. I've read it.
That's true.
Oh, sure. It just tantalized us. Thank you so very much, Dr. Bird.
You're welcome.
And all
Thanks, Doc.
right. He had a debate not too long ago with the Hovind himself, and he's been on our Debate Me Bra Modern Day Debate. Go check out Mark. He's doing rounds.
He wrecked Hovind last week. He softened him up for me tonight.
Oh, look,
He was
we all
still
grow up. We stand on the shoulders of giants. You know, I watched AJ's debate, and then you watched my debate, and then we're perfecting our craft. It's all happening. It's fantastic.
But Mark, and I feel like you haven't been converted by the creationists tonight. I wasn't feeling it. But we've been midnight ranting on the Hominid Fossil Record. What you got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
First off, I got to make a correction. I was wrong. Platypuses and echidnas are mammals. Yep. But the fascinating thing is, after the eggs hatch, they do suckle their young, which is the defining trait of a mammal. So they're still a mammal because they still do suckle milk from the mother. So they do still fall into the mammal thing. And then the next order is monotremata, which they don't share with any other creatures. So yeah, that's a correction that I can make. And it's fascinating. I learned that.
And to interrupt your correction, the first person who discovered a platypus thought it was so silly looking that they thought it was a hoax.
True.
Yeah, well, they actually sent it back to Europe, like pictures of it, and and a sample, I believe. And the Museum of Natural History in London thought that they were being hoaxed. It was a big hoax and a joke.
There could be no such animal like that.
Right. But what I want to go through just quickly, and I'll make this as quick as possible, because Sinister Porpoise Sheep did a great job in sort of explaining the law of monophyly. But basically, she's right. Everything that you start out as, you're still that thing. So if you're a cell with a nucleus, or you have a multicellular organism with cells with a nucleus, you're a eukaryote, and you'll always be a eukaryote. If you breathe oxygen, reproduce sexually, then you are part of Animalia, which you are an animal and will always be an animal. If you have a backbone, like a spinal column, you are chordata, and you're always going to be part of chordata. If you are a primate, which primate properties are sort of enlarged cranium and visual acuity instead of sense of smell, and you're tailless, you are part of Hominidae. And then the Homo genus is bipedal hominids that live in complex societies and have a number of other traits. And then our species is Homo sapiens. Now, you're always all of those things. And if evolution is true, we might actually diverge in future. And this was sort of the horse question. We might just say there are two ways of going. Like, for instance, there's an apocalypse, and the people that are smart survive, and some people that are strong survive. So you might have, Homo sapiens intelligentus and Homo sapiens stronginist. And just say they diverge enough so they can't breed anymore. They're going to always be humans, primates, backboned animals who are eukaryotes. They won't stop being those things, but they'll just have another subsection added to them. And I'm not saying, oh, yeah, we'll see this instantly. It takes so long to happen, like hundreds of thousands of years to happen. But that horse you were saying, oh, well, if it evolves to something else, it will still be part of the horse, the equine day, I believe. Yeah, equine day, but it may have something else attached to it to say, hey, it's equine day that falls into this category. Just like donkeys are in equine day, but they're infertile, or when they breed with horses, they make infertile offspring. They're far enough genetically removed that they're not the same species. So if that still continues into the future and donkeys become more donkey-like and horses become more horse-like, you will actually have multiple species coming off them as well. But, the one that came from a donkey will still be a donkey, even though it's a donkey with, say, a protruding snout or a longer tail. And the one that came off the horse will still be a horse. But the donkey one won't be a horse, and the horse one won't be a donkey. They have diverged. So I hope that helps. It's kind of hard to explain. I did like Sinister Porpoise's root directory and things, but if you don't understand computing, you probably won't understand that analogy. But but thank you very much for having me on, James.
Thanks so much,
you were
Mark.
fantastic. Oh, you were fantastic, mate. I loved every second. It was awesome. And best of luck for your next debate, whenever that may be. I think T jumps in the hot seat next against Kent, which should be a load of fun.
You could probably
Kent, his last one, it was brutal. I almost felt sorry for Kent in that one. Yeah, I couldn't muster up the sympathy, unfortunately. But
And
yeah,
I want to give a PSA because, well, first of all, we've been doing this for a little while and have been trying to get Mark Reid his 100. However, I'm actually checking out right now.
Hey, yes.
You are exactly. Congratulations, Mark. You hit 100.
100.
Yeah.
You should still be, if you're not already a subscriber, signing up for Mark Reid. In fact, if you're listening, go to tinyurl.com/MVYS9DB3 and you will be taken right to Mark Reid's channel. You will be one of the early access subscribers. Get there now because we are trying to spread that non-belief, baby. Team
Soon
Skeptic.
It'll be just youtube.com/Mark Reid.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna probably do something this Thursday. I'm probably gonna do some gaming to see how it goes, and I've got to work on my channel, so I'm gonna give it a facelift and work it over a bit. Maybe contact Peter and see if he can help me out because that guy is amazing when it comes to YouTube channels and all the best. It was great to see everyone. Randolph, love you, mate. You're fantastic. Beamsy and I'm sorry, I'm forgetting everybody. Sinister Porpoise, of course. Anthony, thanks for joining us. Pseudonym, thanks for joining us, mate. I'm sorry I've forgotten anybody. Usually I do keep track, but I didn't this time. But no, awesome talking to all of you. It was really good. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Mark Reid.
Thank you so much, Mark.
I will say you can also find, we did an after show for Mark Reid's recent debate, which you can find in the videos, but you can also find James W's debate right down there. And in the description.
Good watch, definitely.
I have to say, I think at some points Donnie felt kind of bad for Kent in this.
Didn't we all?
There was a couple times where I saw Donnie crack a smirk, and he's got a good poker face, but I do think he was kind of
face.
Yeah.
I do. I just want to thank Stupid Horror Energy for every question that she sends creationists that just makes them sweat. Send them love.
It makes them sweat on their testicles, even.
And with that, I think we're going to have to hand it over.
Oh, boy.
Also, I just have to say, with Stupid Whore Energy and Titan Uranus next to each other, those are my two favorite
That's
names.
pretty
I just get to
crazy,
say
huh?
that. But yes, we're handing it
Oh.
over to our headliner, to the man with a mission, James W. What is up? We have been having fun. We have been midnight ranting on the Hominid Fossil
It's been a lot of
Record,
fun, guys.
and we just threw a fantastic after party between you and Mr. 15 Foot.
We might have clipped him down to 14 feet tonight, but
Oh my.
anyway, guys, it was a lot of fun. Thanks so much, everybody in chat, for making this such a fun stream. Thank you to the people who sent in super chats for your support. We appreciate you guys. We love you guys. And thanks to everybody on the panel for their wonderful contributions and just overall attempt to help people understand this, help people understand reality just a little bit better. And I think that's really the core of our mission here. We just want to help people understand reality just a little bit better. If you can understand that evolution is a part of reality, then welcome aboard the reality train. So I want to thank everybody again, and we'll be back. We'll probably be taking tonight off, but we will be back later in the week. So get some sleep.
Woohoo! That's right. Eventually, I will be heading back to my coffin. However, I do hope you all had a good time on this episode of Midnight Ranting, the Hominid Fossil Record. Dun, dun, dun. Where tonight we had a debate after show of our own, James W. versus the 15 feet Kent Hovind from the channel Standing for Truth on the topic of the Hominid Fossil Record for some bone-in fun. However, I do want to thank my co-host, James W., as I tap dance and send love to...
Oh, the producer's back.
Sending love, Gizmo. That's right. Sending love to James W., our producer, Gizmo, along with our guests, Mark, Bird, Porpoise, AJ, Anthony, Randolph, Beamsy, R. Oh, I know. Ding, ding. Clockwork. Sending love to Peter. But yes, R. Clockwork.
You'll see him on Sunday.
Kevin, as well as the people in chat, our awesome mods who make this stream so great, and lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoy the show, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. Woo-hoo! Because then you gain access to that bell icon, which will send you reminders to see our premieres like our Ask Me Anythings or our live streams like this right here. Or hey, why not leave a comment once the video's done?
Stupid Whore Energy ran Sunflower off a while ago. He tucked tail and run.
Oh, we love all of our atheists.
Or then Sea Science decided to take a trip to the hot seat, and then he got burnt.
I don't think Sunflower could handle the Stupid Whore Energy. I think yeah.
Tuck tail and run.
But yes, sending love. You'll also be able to leave.
Why is it still being...
I can't help it. You'll also be able to leave a super thanks, and we'll read it back on air as thanks in the next episode. after the show, we'll be heading over to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, the link of which is in the description below, along with all of our fantastic channel members. Lastly, if you'd like to help us make even more content, we offer some perks for our supporters by checking out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z.
One joke before we leave. One joke.
Okay, it's all yours.
All right. What type of cars do missionaries drive? Haha, convertibles. It's terrible.
Good night, guys.